Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. As you all know, till now I have published a lot of YouTube videos on different technologies like Azure DevOps, Task Automation Tool, Selenium Automation, right? So, because I received a lot of requests from my YouTube subscribers, and also there is a high demand in the market these days on TestProject automation tool. Okay, so now onwards I will be covering around 30 lessons on TestProject automation tool. Okay, which will be covering end-to-end automation concepts of TestProject. Okay, so this is our introduction lesson 1, where I'll be covering what is this TestProject, and then where can we use this TestProject, and what is that uniqueness, what is the uniqueness of this TestProject automation tool compared to other automation tools in the market. And also I'm going to explain a very high level on this particular platform. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so what is a TestProject? It's a free and complete end-to-end test automation platform. Okay, so if you go to testproject.io, you can find all the details. Okay, so I'll show you this platform details shortly. Okay, and also this particular test automation tool can be used on any operating systems like Windows, Mac and Linux. And also this automation tool supports automating your web applications and mobile applications and also API automation. Okay, and then this is a community powered test automation tool with all add-ons contributed by community. What does it mean? Okay, so let me just show you. Okay, so if you go to Google and search test project, okay, you just search test project, so you'll get a first link, this one, testproject.io. okay, so if you see, this is our powerful automation tool. Okay, free test automation tool for all. Okay, and then this is a community powered. What do you mean by community powered? That means you can join the community and you can contribute to this particular community to improve your test project. Okay, so if you go to and also this automation tool, let's go back to our slide. Okay, let's go back to our slide. Okay, and here if you see, the test project is built on top of open source automation tools like Selenium and Appium. What do you mean by that? Okay, this test project tool is built on the technologies or on top of the Selenium and Appium. That means you need not to install any Selenium servers, standalone Selenium IDEs or Selenium dependencies or Appium IDEs or Appium dependencies. You need not to install them separately. This test project free automation tool will take care of those Selenium and Appium. That means it's built on top of Selenium and Appium, but it avoids unnecessary complications that you will be handling by using Selenium and Appium. Okay, so it takes care of Selenium and Appium for you. Okay, and also it's advanced built-in recording capabilities. This test project automation tool has a very advanced built-in recording capabilities, which I'm going to show you in the next video. Okay, and also it has a complete documentation as well. And then this tool is free forever for everyone. Okay, and this test project tool is basically powered by Tricentis company. Okay, so if you go back to our website here, okay, let me just show you. Okay, if you see the platform, right, it has a mobile test recorder, right? If you go there, so it is very easy for you to record any mobile related test cases. Okay, and then again if you go to web test recorder, okay, and it is very easy for you to record web applications to automate your test cases. Okay, and also it is a team collaboration. That means you can collaborate your entire team to work on multiple test cases. Okay, you can share the work between the teams. Okay, and let me show you, it is a web-based testing. It supports web-based testing, it supports Android testing, it supports iOS testing, and then it built on top of Selenium and APM. Okay, and if you see one more thing here, there is a concept called add-ons. What do you mean by that? Okay, because see, as I told you, test project is a community powered. Okay, so that means whoever wants to contribute to this test project free automation tool, you can build your add-ons. What do you mean by add-ons? If you go to add-ons, right, and you have a add-ons that supports your automation. This is execute JavaScript and web extensions. That is one add-on. Let's say I need an add-on related to Excel. So if you see, get data from Excel and Excel operations. So there is one add-on, get data from Excel and then perform Excel operations. So someone built this add-on and they uploaded the add-on to this particular community. Okay, and if I need a database, for example, okay, so if you see here, so database related SQL query, okay, you have a add-on corresponding to SQL query, right? So these kind of add-ons are available in the community. Okay, you can get what type of add-ons you want, you can get. Okay, and also if you go to docs, okay, if you go to docs, you have an entire documentation as I explained you. Okay, so if you want to, if you are performing web automation, okay, so you can just click on this web testing, you will have entire introduction of these things. If you are doing mobile testing, you can refer this mobile testing. And if you see here, what makes test project unique? So if you see, this test project is also the first 100% free automation, test automation development framework designed for agile teams. If you see here, it built on top of industry standard open source tools, Selenium and APM, right? And yeah, so basically it's a very powerful tool. And let's go back to test again. Let's go back to your platforms, right? And if you see here, and one more thing is, this test project tool is a free tool as I told you, right? And also you have a downloads. So I'm going to explain how to install, how to download and install this test project in the upcoming sessions. If you see here, the test project is actually powered by Tricentis, which is a very powerful company, and this is a very free tool. Okay, it supports, as I told you, web testing, Android testing, API testing, iOS testing, and also it supports CI/CD pipelines. If you see here, you can integrate your test project automation scripts with your GitHub, Sauce Labs, Jenkins, Browser Stack, GitLab, Azure DevOps, right? Or Azure pipelines. Okay, you can integrate your scripts with all these CI/CD pipelines. Okay, so let's go back to our slide. Okay, so this is free forever for everyone. Okay, hope you all understand very high level introduction part of test project. Okay, so in the next session I'm going to explain how can we install step by step. I'm going to tell you how to install your test project, and then I'm going to show you a basic automation concept, basically a very basic scenario automation by using web, and also a very basic scenario automation by using mobile as well. Okay, so hope you all understand the concepts. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon, you'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 2 on TestProject automation tool. Okay, so before you watch this session, I would suggest you guys to visit my previous lesson 1 YouTube video where I have explained you about TestProject automation tool. It's an introduction of TestProject automation tool. So in this lesson, I'm going to teach you how can we download and install TestProject automation tool. Okay, so please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon, you'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so the procedure to install TestProject automation tool is pretty easy. Only 3 steps you need to follow. Okay, first you need to sign up to the TestProject website, and then you need to sign into the TestProject website by using credentials, and then you need to download and install TestProject agent. So you need not to download any dependencies, libraries, or you need not to download any Selenium dependencies or APM dependencies. So whenever you install TestProject agent will take care of downloading all the library files, all the dependencies, Selenium dependencies, APM dependencies. So it's pretty easy. Okay, so let's jump onto the system and let me show you how can we perform installation of TestProject automation tool. Let's download TestProject in my Windows machine first. Okay, so this is I just typed TestProject in Google search, so you'll get a link here for testproject.io, and then you just need to click on free sign up, right? So once you click on free sign up, you just need to provide your email address. Okay, I'm providing my email address, and then click on continue, and then you need to provide your first name and then last name, and you just need to provide the password that you want to use. Okay, and then click on I agree, and then click on sign up. So as soon as you click on sign up, you will get an email. Okay, you just need to verify the email. Okay, so here if you see, I already received my email. Okay, confirm the TestProject account. Okay, you just need to click on this confirm using TestProject. Okay, confirm my email. So as soon as you click on confirm my email, you will be redirecting to TestProject.io, right? And then you just need to wait for some time. So it will give you one pop-up message, okay, where it's going to ask you what roles is closest to yours. Okay, so basically my role is, let's assume, quality assurance engineer. Okay, I just want to select for what kind of test projects that you would like to use. Okay, I'm using this one, API testing, web testing, mobile testing, CI/CD pipelines, automation orchestration. Okay, and also monitoring my team's tests. Okay, and then you click on continue. So once you click on continue, so here it is giving you an option to download test project tool here, right? So because this is my Windows machine, it automatically says download for desktop. Okay, and then once you click on download for desktop, it starts installation and registration process. That means test project agent will be downloaded to your system. Okay, so wait for downloading the agent. Okay, as soon as the agent is downloaded, we need to install the agent. Okay, so before that, and also you have an option to chat with the customer care also. If you see here, you can, if you have any questions or doubts, you just need to go to this chat window and then you can chat with the customer care. Okay, so this download is done. So I'll go to the corresponding folder where the agent has been installed. Okay, you just need to click on this agent, double click on the agent, and then you need to follow the process of installation. You just click on yes, and then click next, and then I agree. It's a very simple process, and then click next. So as soon as you click next, it's gonna install all the agent related components including libraries and dependencies. Okay, because I already installed my agent on my local machine, I'm not gonna continue with this. Okay, I'm just clicking on cancel. Okay, and then once your installation is completed, what it will happen, you just need to log in again. Okay, log in by using credentials that you have provided while downloading the agent. Okay, and then this is my password. Okay, once you log in, so you can see one option here. Okay, what is that option? Let me show you. You will have an option called agents. Okay, so let me get started. Okay, let's mention just get started. Now because the agent has been already installed here, now the agent has been registered, right? And now you test project is better together. Let's invite your team members. So if you want to invite any other team members to test project, you can invite, otherwise you can skip for now. Okay, so if you see here, if I go to agents, right, if I go to agents, I can see my first agent is already ready because I have already installed my agent, and now the agent has been registered in my test project instance, right? If you see here, this is my first agent. And let me do one more thing. What if I want to run test scripts in some other machine also, Mac machine or some virtual machine? So what we need to do, we need to install an agent in other machine also. Okay, so I have a virtual machine here. Okay, let me start this virtual machine and then show you how can we install an agent in your virtual machine as well. Okay, so basically when you go to the other machine, you need not to sign up again to the TestProject.io website. Okay, all you need to do is you need to log in by using existing credentials and then download an agent at local system. Okay, so my virtual machine is getting started. Okay, it's restarting. Just give me a 10 seconds. So once the virtual machine is up and running, I'll just log into website again. Okay, so now logging into website. So it's taking some time for me to restarting the virtual machine. Okay, so my virtual machine is ready here. Okay, so let me just again go to, in the virtual machine, I want to go to TestProject.io. Okay, and then I want to log in by using credentials which I have provided earlier. Okay, TestProject.io. Yeah, this is my test project IO. And then so here I just want to log in here. Okay, log in. And then once you log in, so my virtual machine is slow, so bear with me. Okay. Okay, so now let me log in here. Okay. Okay, so provide your password. So once you provide your password and login, so there will be an option called agents here. Okay, all you need to do is, again, here you need to go to agents option, and then you need to download an agent. Okay, okay, so once you log in, right, you need to go to agents. If you see here, do you want me to download an agent for Windows, Linux, Mac, or Docker? Okay, because this is my virtual machine, again I just need to select Windows. Okay, once you select Windows, again your agent will be downloaded to your local machine, right? And then you need to install, you need to follow the same process that we followed earlier, and then you need to go to agents, and then you have to register your agent. Once the installation is completed, you will be clicking on this register agent, right? As soon as you click on register agent, what happens, because in my machine right now the agent is not yet ready, right? So automatically it's gonna detect the agent, and then it's going to register the agent, right? And so once you register the agent in your website, you should see both the agents. You should see two agents. If you see here in the agents section, you should see two agents. One is agent in your primary machine, right, which we installed earlier, and then agent of your virtual machine also. So like that you can install agents in different machines. So these agents will help us in running the tests in different machines and different environments. Okay, hope you all understand the installation and download process of the TestProject automation tool. Okay, so if you have any questions, provide your questions in the comment box. I'll try to reply to your questions. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 3 on TestProject automation tool concepts. So in this session, we are going to concentrate on web UI test automation. That means I'm going to show you practically how can we automate a simple web UI test case by using TestProject. As you all know, I have already published lesson 1 and lesson 2 on TestProject. Lesson 1 covers the introduction of the TestProject automation tool, and the lesson 2 covers the installation of the TestProject automation tool. Okay, so please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. So let's jump onto the system and let me show you how can we perform automation of a web application by using TestProject. Okay, so automating a web UI test case is a pretty simple by using TestProject automation tool. Okay, so the steps involved in the process of automation: first we need to create a project, and then within the project you just need to create a new test, and then you have to record the test steps that you want to automate, and then you need to add test steps wherever it is required, and also you need to add validation points in the test suite, and then you need to create a job, and you need to allocate the tests that you have automated to a job, and then run your tests by using job, and then analyze the reports. So these are the very simple steps that I'm going to explain you with an example. Okay, so let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform all these steps while automating a web UI. Okay, so stay tuned. Okay, so now I just logged into my testproject.io. Okay, so I would suggest you guys to visit my previous 2 lessons before you proceed with this particular lesson. Okay, so I've just logged into my testproject.io, and then if you see here, I have an option called new project, right? So you just need to click on new project, and let me name this as HRM project. Okay, as we are going to automate a HRM related application. Okay, and then provide your description, whatever you want. Okay, and then just click on HRM project. Okay, and then click on create. So as soon as you click on create, so it creates a new project called HRM project. Okay, under this you have a tests and jobs, and then here we are going to create a new test. Either you can use this create a test, or you can click on new test. Okay, so when you click on create a new test, okay, so it's going to ask you what type of test you would like to perform. So what we are doing here, we are performing web testing, right? We are automating a web UI. Okay, so I'll be selecting web and then click on next button. So once you click on next button, I'm gonna name this test. Okay, HRM login test. I'm performing login functionality testing. Okay, and then provide your description. Okay, so you'll be providing the meaningful description, but for demo purpose I'm just providing login test. Okay, and then click on next. So once you click on next, it's going to ask you what web application that you would like to automate, right? So here I would like to add, I don't have any web application, I would like to add an application here. This is my URL. Okay, first provide the name of the application, HRM app. Okay, and then provide the URL. Okay, and then click on done. So once you are done, so this is my application, HRM application, right, that I'm using, and then you click on next button. So once you click on next button, so now we will be starting with our automation. So here I would like to record the application, okay, for the first time. Okay, and then select record, and then I'm going to explain about edit later. Okay, when do we use that? Okay, and then click on start recording. So as soon as you click on start recording, it opens a new browser with the HRM application that we have provided. Okay, and then it also gonna open a recording wizard, basically your test wizard. Okay, so it's processing. So if you see, it opened an HRM application that we have provided earlier. Okay, and this is my test wizard. Okay, so if you see here, it is writing the steps that we are performing. Okay, first of all, it navigated to the URL that we have provided, and now when I click here and then provide my username admin as soon as I provide the username, if you see, it is actually recording your steps there. Okay, and then here admin 123 and then click on login. So if you see here, it is actually recording each and every step here, right? You typed admin and you clicked on text, and then you typed the password, and then you click on submit. And now I would like to validate. See, once I click on submit, I would like to validate whether I have logged in successfully or not. For that, I would like to validate if this welcome note is present on the screen, right? So now there is a very good option that has been provided by TestProject for adding a validations. Okay, how? So if you see, when I hover on this particular text, it says here freeze double shift. If I click on double shift, okay, so I'm just tapping shift twice. Okay, it gives me an option to insert the validations. Okay, so what kind of validation I would like to insert? I would like to see that welcome text contains or not. Okay, that contains text. Okay, you just select that. So as soon as you select, it's going to insert that step. If you see here, does welcome Paul link contains welcome Paul, I would like to edit this one. Okay, because whenever I log in, sometimes it says Paul, sometimes it says root. So the name of the person keeps on changing in this application. So I would like to validate whether welcome text contains on the screen or not. Okay, so for that I just clicked on my step and then I'm gonna save it. So whenever you click on a particular step, you can basically edit the options. Okay, so I'll explain how to edit all your steps in the next sessions. Okay, for now I have added validation point here. Okay, and then I'm done with my testing. So now, as my test case automation is done, now I can close this browser so that the test case will be saved automatically. Okay, so now just close the browser. What happens? It's gonna save your test here. If you see here, HRM login test, whatever the test name that we have provided and whatever the application that we have provided, right? If you click on this test again, it's going to open your steps. See here, this is my step, all these steps. And if you see here, if I click here, I can disable this step or I can duplicate this step. So let's open this step, and also you can disable step from here as well, disable and enable. Okay, and if you want to add steps manually, you can use this add step manually. Okay, so this manual test addition I'm going to explain you later. Okay, and then if you see here, let me just save and exit. Okay, if you see here, if you want to edit your test, you can edit here. You can just edit and rename your test, and then if you want to change the application URL, you can change the application URL from here. Okay, and also if you want to run the test, you can use this run option, and if you want to delete the test, you can just delete test here. And there are some other options. Basically, you can copy this test to some other projects as well, or you can share the test to your team members, right? Or you can get the direct link as well. Okay, and you have a lot of other options I'm going to explain later. Okay, so as we completed recording, now we want to verify this particular test runs successfully or not, right? So before that, let me open the test again, and there are some other options. Basically, you can add step manually, as I told you, and also there are another options called parameters. So you can define project level parameters, or you can also define test level parameters. Okay, so these parameters I'm going to explain you in the upcoming sessions. So how do we use the parameters, and then how important these parameters for automating your test cases. Okay, so now just save and exit. Okay, and also if I want to, so right now we have finished our steps. We created a project and we have created a test and we recorded a test and we have added test steps and also we added a validations, right? So now we need to run the tests. So how can we run the tests? So one thing, so if you see here, whenever I create a project, by default it creates a folder. If I want to create a folder, structured folder, then I can click on here. Okay, here, click here, add a folder, HRM smoke tests. Okay, add that. So if you see here, my folder is empty, correct? Now I can drag this test and drop into my HRM smoke test folder. I'm arranging my test cases in a proper format. Okay, so this is my HRM test. So now I can see this test available here. Now to run the test, I would like to add a job. So for adding job, the agent should be up and running. Okay, so I have already explained you how can we install our agents in the local machines and virtual machines in my previous session. Please do visit that particular session. Okay, and go back to project HRM, right? Now here either you can click here to add a job. Okay, add a job. So what we are performing here, we are actually creating a job that contains a web test, right? Web application tests. Okay, I'm selecting that, click on next, and then provide the job name. Okay, HRM tests job. Okay, and then provide description and click next. So once you click next, it's going to ask you to select the agent. So what is the agent? I already showed you, I already configured my Windows agent. I'm selecting that agent. As soon as you select the agent, right, the corresponding applications available on the system shows by default, right? The Chrome browsers. In this Windows machine, I have Chrome browser, I have Edge browser. For now, I would like to select Chrome browser and then click next. And here I would like to perform serial because we have only one test that we are performing, right? And then I'm not gonna touch anything here. Okay, I'm gonna keep this as it is. Okay, and then click on create. So as soon as you click on create, the HRM test job has been created. Now I can drag. Okay, basically I can drag this test and drop this test in my new job that I have created. So if you see here, if I just click here, I have a job. Under this job I have a login test, right? Now you can run this job. Okay, so we are going to run the job here now. So when I click on run, it initiates your browser and it performs the login testing. Okay, so whatever we recorded and automated the test case. Okay, it started the new browser and it opens the HRM portal, it logs in and then it validates whether the user logged in or not and close the browser, right? So the test is successful. If you want to see the reports, there is a module called report. You click on report and if you see here HRM project, under this we ran one job here. If you expand this, I have run one job at 1:28 p.m. and if you see here, we have executed that on Chrome browser, right? And then these are all the steps that we performed and 100% passed. The job duration is 17 seconds and start time, right? And your agent that you have used and executed by so and so tester, and this is my test name, and these are the test steps that we have performed, right? So these are all the tests. Okay, and if I go back again, this is one way of seeing the reports, or you can also, there is another way you can monitor the reports. So if you see here, there is a report icon under the job, right? You just click on this report, it's going to open the corresponding report directly. Okay, and then let's go back to project again. Okay, and here there is another way of running the tests. So without job, I can run the test as is. That means when I am actually adding the steps manually, I need not to create a job. Actually, I just run this test itself as a sole. Okay, I'm going to run this particular test, click on run. It's going to ask you to select the browser and click next and then run. So basically I can debug the automation test scripts directly by executing the test case itself. I need not to create a job. Okay, so if you see here, it is running the test without a job. Done. So as soon as you complete it, you can go to the report of that particular test case as well. So if you see here, HRM project, if you see here, I run the job earlier, and also now I run the test and job, right? So this test is successful. Here I've run the job and then I've run the test also, right? So it's loading, so it's taking some time. System is slow. Okay, so this test is successful. Okay, so this way you can run your tests in your test project. Okay, and then you can arrange all your tests at the folder structure level as well. Okay, so in upcoming videos, I'm gonna explain you how can you perform multi-browser testing, cross-browser testing, and how can you perform cross-browser testing in series, and then how can you perform cross-browser testing parallel testing. Basically, how can you automate the test cases and run the tests in parallel also. Okay, and also I'm going to explain you all different options that you can use for building the test steps manually without using the record function. Okay, and also how can we perform the page object model by using TestProject. All these concepts I'm going to explain you, and also I'm going to cover mobile automation by using the TestProject. Okay, so please stay tuned. If you have any questions, send your questions in the comment box. I'll try to reply to your comments, your queries. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Hope you all understand the session. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. This is our lesson 4 on TestProject automation tool. As you all know, I have already published 3 lessons on TestProject automation tool. The first lesson is about the introduction of the TestProject automation tool, and the second one is how can we download and install TestProject automation tool, and the third one I have covered a simple automation of a web UI interface. Okay, so please, I would suggest you guys to visit those videos before watching this session to understand the session very well. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You will receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these kind of concepts. Thank you. Okay, the agenda of this session is I'm going to explain you what is a data driven testing in terms of test project, and then how can we create a test. And once you create a test, that means once you automate a web UI test case by using test project, how can we parameterize the values, and how to prepare a data source so that you can use the test data from the data source to perform data driven automation. And also how can we add a data source to the test project so that you can execute your test cases iteration wise by using different data sets. And then how can I'm going to show you how to run the tests with the prepared data source sheet, and then I'm going to show you all the reports and how can you analyze the reports after performing the data driven testing. Okay, so let's jump onto the system and let me show you all these steps by using test project, and then we will see how to perform all these actions in test project tool. So this is my test project where I have logged into my account. Okay, so as I told you, please do visit my first video to set up our test project tool, automation tool. Okay, so you can find the links in the description. And this is our first test that we have automated. Okay, so you can visit the lesson 3. Okay, that you can find the link in the description. Okay, you need to visit the lesson 3 to understand the basic steps to automate a web UI test case. Okay, so this is the same test case that I'm opening here. Okay, so now first we have created a test, and then if you see here, uh, when I'm entering a username, right, I entered as admin, and then I'm entering the password, I entered as admin123. Okay, so that means we have hard coded the values that you want to type here, right? So here, so instead of hard coding the values, I would like to add a variable to these two parameters. Okay, so how can we do that? By using parameters, basically parameterization. So if you see here, this is steps and this is your parameters. When you click on parameters, so you will have an option to add test parameters or project level parameters. That means parameters can be defined at test level and then at project level. So for this session, I am gonna define a test parameters. Okay, so if you see here, so let me delete these parameters. Okay, which was not present in during lesson 3. So currently we have only one parameter called the URL. Okay, so let it be there. Okay, so here you want to create a test parameters, click on parameters tab and then click on test parameters, and then if you see here, create a new parameter, just click on this add button and name the new parameter as username. Okay, and then provide the value. My username is admin, and then just save this and then add another parameter called a password, and here enter the value admin123. But this is a password, so you can make it as a secret. Okay, as soon as you make it as secret, it's going to convert into asterisk. Okay, security of your test data is very important. Okay, and then save this. If you go back to steps, now you can see the steps are showing. Click here. Okay, so let me just open this again. Okay, so where is my okay, so I have entered the parameters, but we have not yet used the parameters to your test steps, correct? So now you need to go to your corresponding step. So if you see here, type admin, click on this and expand this test, and here you need to remove the hard-coded value, and then you need to use a parameter. If you see here, as soon as you click on edit button, there is an option called use parameter. Click on this use parameter and select the username parameter. So you can see all these three parameters. Username parameter I want to select. So just select this and then save steps. Okay. So if you see here, it shows a parenthesis username. That means I'm using a parameter called username. And the same thing we need to do for the password. Just select the step and then go back to your keys and remove the keys here, and then use a parameter. Click on use parameter and select your password. If you see, the password is locked. Okay. And then save step. So as soon as you save, you can see now here, type parenthesis password parameter. Okay. So now, so we have parameterized the test, and let's save and exit, and then let's run this and see whether it works or not. Okay. Click on run. So as soon as you click on run, select the Chrome browser, next, and then run. So now it should take a username and password from the parameters, test level parameters. Okay. And the run should be successful. So it started, you can see here it is running, right? And then also it shows the progress here, it's running. Yeah, it opened the browser, and then it's going to enter the username, see, admin, and it's entering admin123, and click on login and close the browser. So that means the test is successful, right? And you can see the report from here. But anyway, so now we have parameterized the test. So if you see, we completed parameterization of the values. Now prepare data source. Okay. So let's go back to our test again. Okay. And if you see, we have completed. So, okay. So let's save and exit. So if you see, if I hover these three dots, if I click on these three dots, one of the option where I can see that CSV parameters template. Okay. So you can download the CSV parameter template for this test. Okay. So let me download the sheet. Okay. So let me save the sheet here. Okay. I'm just overriding the previous sheet. Okay. Okay. I have saved the sheet. So if you open this sheet which is downloaded, okay, I can see here the column names, application URL, password, username. So we don't need the URL. I'm going to delete this column and I'm going to interchange this column. I'm going to keep it sequential. Okay. You can edit the sheet. Okay. So we need not to worry. We can edit the sheet. Okay. So this is my sheet. Now enter the test data. Okay. Let me enter the first username. I would like to enter as admin. And then this is admin123, which is valid user credentials. And now I want to perform an invalid user credentials. Okay. Admin34, admin789. Okay. So this means this test data set, right? First test data set is a valid username credentials, and second one is invalid username credentials. Okay. And then just save this. Okay. Once you save it, close this. So now we have prepared a test data sheet. Now we need to use this test data sheet. Okay. For that you need to go to data sources. Okay. So let me delete this one. Okay. So in the data sources, you have an option to add a data file. So as soon as you come to data sources, you will have an option to add a data file. Click on this, name this data source as, let's say, HRM login test data. HRM login test data. I'm naming this as this. And here you can drag and drop file or click here and select the data sheet that we have downloaded and then click on open. So now the data sheet is uploaded, and then click on create. So now you have uploaded your data source, right? And then again go back to tests and jobs and go to your HRM smoke test folder. I have told you how to create all these folders in my previous sessions. Okay, so now here let's I need to, I have parameterized the values, but I need to use a data source instead of parameters, correct? For that, when you click on run here and select the browser, click next. Here if you see, you can use the data source, correct? So use the data source and select the data source. If you expand this, the data source whatever we uploaded to this project will be visible. Select the data source and then click on run. So as soon as you click on run, it's going to run the test by using two data sets. So let's see what happens. Okay, click on run. Okay, admin 123, and then it should close the browser, but it's not doing that. I think the test is getting failed. So let's see, let's debug why it is getting failed. Okay, so it's closed the browser and it's generating the report. Okay, I think the test is failed. Okay, let's see what happened. So basically the test does not close the browser, and then it is trying to execute the second iteration. And so let's refresh this. So if you go to here, it's failed. Okay, if you go to reports and my test here, if you see the first test data set successful, and if you see the second test data set, it's unable to find the username password because it did not close the browser. So basically for each data set we need to close the browser. For the first iteration you executed and then close the browser and go for the second iteration. That's not happening here. Okay, so let's do one thing. What I'll do, I'm going to execute this same data test data set. I'm going to set that to my job. So we have created, earlier we just created a login test and we executed the same test by using job, right? So let's do one thing now. So let me just set up here. Okay, so when I click on edit here, right, when I click on options, because we already mapped this test to the job that we have created earlier, now it automatically takes the changes whatever we made changes. Okay, so now let's go to the options. What I did is I dragged and dropped the test here. Simple, that's what we did. Okay, let me do one more time. Okay, just delete the test here. So I have explained you how to create a job. We already created a job in my previous session, and drag this test and drop here. Okay, and now click on edit, and here if you see, I can set up a data source for my test that is mapped to job. Okay, set up this and then update it. Okay, I'm going to update that, and now you can see the data source is enabled. And here for job, okay, one thing we have to do, click on edit for the job and then go to next, and here I would like to execute only in one browser. Okay, so parallel testing, multi-browser testing, that I'm going to show you later. Okay, click on next, and here you need to select this option, restart the browser before each test. That means once the test executed by using first data set, you have to restart, close and restart the browser. So that should happen, otherwise it's going to fail the test case. Okay, check this and save this. Now let's execute this test by using job. Okay, run the job. So now it should open a browser and it should start. Okay, if you see, the job is running here, the job is running here, right? It should open the browser, enter the first test data set of your credentials, which is valid credentials. Okay, admin, and then admin123, login. It should close the browser immediately. Yes, success. Now it opens the second one again, and admin34 and admin some invalid password. So if you see, invalid credentials came. So now it says your test is failed. The last step failed for the second data set. Okay, now let me show you how can we analyze the results for this. Sorry guys, my throat is not well today, bear with me. Okay, so because it's failed a step, right? So it's going to take the screenshot and then it's going to print the results. So that's why it's taking time. So how to analyze the results? As I explained you earlier, if you go to job, here you can see the reports, or you can go to reports directly. So let's go to the reports here. Okay, what is my last run? It's going to directly land onto the last run. If you see here, okay, this is my last run. If you see here, the test data sets, okay, whenever this is my test case, and if you see here, there are two tabs, 1 2 1 2, right? These two are test data sets. Okay, if I click on 1, it shows me username, type username. If I expand this, right, I have typed the username here as admin. Go to second test and then expand the third step. If you see here, it entered admin34, correct? Go to first set again, and now let's see the password. Okay, what password we entered here. Okay, if I expand the password here, I can see that the password that I entered is, oh, it's actually secured, so it's not showing. So basically you will have two different tabs. If you see here, the second one is failed because I have entered the wrong password, correct? So if you see, expand this, I have entered wrong password, and then I clicked on submit. Here, while validating the page, it's failed because I have entered the wrong password, and hence it did not land onto the home page. So if you see here, it took the screenshot also. It is taking a screenshot where it is failed. Click on here. If you see here, this is the screenshot that we captured. And then you can see the message here. I don't, so basically it's unable to, failed using following locator. It's unable to see the welcome message. See, element was not found. Welcome message element was not found, right? So this is the XPath that we have taken. So this is how you can analyze the test results. Okay, and then hope, let me go back to my test again. Okay, yeah, so this is our test. So hope you all understand how to parameterize your test, and then once you parameterize the test, right, once you parameterize this test, how to add a data source to your test, correct? Hope you all understand the concept. If you have any queries, leave your comments in the comment box so that I can reply to your queries. Okay, so in the upcoming sessions, I'm going to cover a lot of concepts. Okay, I'm going to cover mobile automation, and then also I'm going to expand how can you add the test steps manually, and then how can you perform the parallel testing, how can you perform the series testing, basically cross browser. We are going to run this test in Chrome, Edge and IE in series, right? And also we are going to perform Chrome, Edge and IE parallel testing, right? So all these kinds of concepts I'm going to tell you, and also I'm going to tell you how can you perform continuous integration by using TestProject. That means how can you integrate your automation scripts to Jenkins pipeline, and how can you integrate these automated scripts to Azure pipelines, right? I'm going to explain all these concepts step by step, slowly, in each and every video. I'm going to publish all these videos. Okay, please do the visit my channel, click on bell icon, you'll receive notifications whenever I publish all these videos. Okay, thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 5 on TestProject automation tool. So I have already covered lesson 3 and 4 where I have explained about the web UI automation, and also I have showed you how can we build a data driven framework by using TestProject. So in this lesson 5 I'm going to cover the topic Android mobile automation. Okay, by using TestProject it's pretty simple performing automation of your Android mobile test cases. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon, you'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so our agenda item for this session, I'm going to show you how to create a project as usual, and then once we create a project we are going to set up our Android mobile device. Okay, I'm going to give you some useful tips in setting up Android mobile device, okay, so that you can start automating your native apps from Android mobile device. And then I'm going to show you one simple test by automating a manual test case of an existing Android native app. Okay, and then we are going to record the test for the existing native app, and then we are going to add some validations so that we can perform the validation of your test case. And also I'm going to show you automating a native app by using an external APK file as well. Okay, that means your native app is not present on your mobile, so you might be receiving a new build, and developer might supply a latest build APK file to you so that you can start testing. So I'm going to show the process, how can we upload the APK file, and then how can we automate the test cases by using TestProject. So it's very easy in TestProject. You need not to install APM, you need not to install any dependencies of APM or Selenium, right? You just need to use TestProject. The TestProject itself takes care of all these dependencies. Okay, stay tuned. And also let's jump onto the system and start performing all these actions by using our TestProject IO. Okay, so this is my TestProject IO. So I have already explained you about setting up the TestProject, and then how can you install the agents and all these things in my previous videos. I would suggest you guys to please do visit all those lessons, 4 lessons, before you proceed with this particular session. Okay, so in this session, before I start automating an Android mobile test cases, I would like to explain you about my mobile device setup. Okay, I have already connected my Android device to my system. Okay, and you what you need to do, so once you connect your mobile by using USB, so you need to go to settings first. Okay, once you go to settings, under settings you should have a about phone, right? Click on about phone. Oh, sorry, not about phone. So once again, let me just go back again. This is okay, about phone. If you go to about phone and go to software information, once you go to software information, right, you will have a build number. What you need to do, you need to tap 7 times the build number. You need to tap 7 times. Okay, so that if you tap build number 7 times, so let me tap. Okay, 1 2 3. If you see, developer mode has been already been turned on. If the developer mode is not turned on, then if you tap 7 times, once you tap 7 times, a developer mode will be turned on, because to automate any Android mobile applications, you need to turn on the developer options. If you see here, I can see the developer options in the settings. So before you tapping 7 times, you don't see this option. So if you're not seeing this option, go to software and tap and build number 7 times. Then you will get this developer option. So once you get the developer option, in the developer option, you need to enable two things. One is USB debugging need to be enabled, and also I would suggest you guys to enable the stay awake, so that while automating the test cases, the mobile will be awake, the mobile will not be locked. Okay, and then you need to enable USB debugging as well. Okay, these two options you need to enable. Okay, that's the prerequisite. Okay, so now let's get back to test project IO. Okay, so let me create a new project. Okay, a new project I'm going to create this mobile so I'll just mark it as yellow page. Okay, mobile testing. Okay, mobile test project. Okay, I'm going to make it as mobile test project. Okay, and then create. Okay, so we created. Now we have an empty test. So now let me create a new test here. Either I can select create a test or click on new test. Okay, create a test. So what is the test that we are performing? So we are automating by using mobile, right? We are automating the mobile application. Earlier I have explained about the web application. So now select mobile and then click on next. Let's provide the test name. Okay, mobile test yellow page search. Okay, yellow page search. Okay, I'm just naming it as. Okay, you can just name it as relevant to your project. Okay, click on next. So as soon as you click on next, now you need to select what is the platform that you are actually working on. So I'm working on Android platform, right? When you expand this mobile, so I don't see anything here, right? I need to add a new application for testing. Okay, click on new application. So I'm going to validate an yellow pages app. Okay, yellow pages native app. I already have this yellow pages native app in my mobile. Okay, yellow pages. And if you see, there are three options. Either you can select this app from your device, or you can upload an APK from the external, right? Or you can add manually. That means by providing package and activity name. Okay, I'm going to explain these two options for today's session. Okay, first from device, because I already connected my device to my laptop, the test project automatically pulls your device here. I can see Samsung device is already connected. So select the device. As soon as you select the device, the applications corresponding to your device will be retrieved automatically. See, You can see all these applications are present in my mobile. So let me search for Yellow Pages. Okay, so this is what the application that we are gonna automate. Select Yellow Pages and then click on done. So as soon as you click on done, the Yellow Pages application has been selected, right? And then click on next. Here you have record and edit option. You need to select record option. Select record option and click on start recording. Okay. So once I click on start recording, what it will do, it opens your test steps wizard and also it opens your mobile as well. That means mobile image. So okay. So let's see. So what is it doing? It is actually opening a mobile image, mobile viewer, and then the Yellow Pages application that we have selected earlier. So it's going to open that Yellow Pages also. And it is asking reset application confirmation. Your automation might not work properly if the app has a cached data. So every time whenever I run, do you want to reset the application? Yes, I want to reset the application. Okay. So it's resetting the application. So this is our Yellow Page application. Now I already started recording, right? So now let's skip this step. Click on skip and then while using this app, select this. And now I want to search for a restaurant. Okay. Click on search and then provide the restaurant. Okay, as my search criteria and select it. And now click on restaurant. So that means it's going to display all the restaurants nearby my location. And then I would like to validate if the Deep South BBQ, right, is present or not. So all you need to do is hover to this Deep South and then double click on shift button twice. I already explained this while automating the web application. Please do visit that video. Okay, double tap on the shift and I would like to validate if this present or not, is present or not. Okay, I'm going to select is present. As soon as I select, if you see here, all the steps whatever I'm performing, right, it's recording everything here. Okay, I'm checking is Deep South BBQ restaurant present or not. Okay, done. So now let's run this again. So whatever we recorded now, it's going to work or not. Okay, I'm not going to save and exit. I'm going to just run this and see whatever the actions that we performed, it's going to recognize or not. Okay, click on run. So as soon as I click on run, it's going to restart your Yellow Page application, right? It clicked and it's clicking on restaurant, is searched and it's validating whether Deep South barbecue. It's done. If you see here, all the steps are passed, all are green. If you see, all are green, including the validation of BBQ, right? The restaurant, whatever. So everything is passed. That means our recording is successful and whatever we validated, that is also successful. Now click on save and exit. So as soon as I click on save and exit, your test has been saved. Okay, so now let's create a job. Okay, I already explained you, but let me also do the same thing for mobile as well. Okay, add a job. So this time you should not select web. This time I need to select Android. Okay, click on next and then job name mobile tests. Okay, and click on next. And then here I need to select the Samsung phone that is connected, right? And then click next button and here restart the application before each test. Any test I want to perform, I need to restart the application. Okay, and then click on create. Okay, I mean I don't want to do this now. Okay, let's keep it. Okay, let's create on. Okay, let's see. And then just This test you need to drag and drop into your job. Okay, before you run any job, the main thing what you need to do is you need to make sure your agent is up and running. Let's go to agents. If you see, my agent is up and running. Okay, let's go back to projects again, and here my job is ready. So let me run the job. Okay, click on run. So as soon as you click on run, so if you go to agent, you can view your mobile. Okay, I want to view the device so that how testing is happening I can view. Okay, yeah, so the view is getting ready. So whatever we automated, the test case, search test case is going to execute now. It should open the application now. So let's wait. Yeah, so it's basically it's doing some APM settings. Okay, let's wait for some time. Yeah, so it's opening your yellow page, right? So once it opens the yellow page, it's gonna skip and then it's gonna search, right? It is searching the restaurant and it's validating the Deep South BBQ. So test is successful. So let's see our reports. Okay, if you go to reports, you can go from here or you can go from here. Okay, let's go to reports here, and then if you see my test whatever I performed just now, right, is successful. So let me close this view. Okay, if you see here, all my tests are successful, all passed. This is passed, this is passed, right? The duration is 59 seconds, right? So and you executed on Samsung, and then this is your Android test case, right? So that means our test is passed. So let's go back to project. Hope you all understand this concept. Okay, so now let me create another test. Okay, this time I would like to use an APK file. So developer gave me an APK file with the latest build, and I need to use that APK file to test the application, native application. So let's create a new test. Again, let me select mobile and click on next. Name this as API demo because I'm going to use the API demo APK. Okay, APK test. Okay, you just provide some description. So for now I'm ignoring the description. Click on next and then select your platform as Android, and here I want to add a new application, right? Yellow pages earlier we added, it's already there now, but I don't want to use that yellow pages application. I want to use a native application from APK. Click on add new application, and then here API demo app, name this as API demo app. Here now I want to select upload APK and then click drag the file or click to upload. Okay, so as soon as I click here, so I can see there is API demo APK that has been provided by developer. Select that, click on open, and then click on upload file. So as soon as it uploads 100%, you can click on done. Right? What happens? Now the whatever the application that we uploaded, that has been selected, and click on next. As soon as you click on next, and then I'm going to record the test now. Record, start recording. So now as usual your mobile view will be opening, and also your steps, recording steps will be opened, the wizard, right? So now it is actually initiating the API demo application from APK file, right? So it's changing the device orientation. Okay, let's keep it. Okay, so again it's asking do you want to restart this application every time? Yes, I want to restart this. Okay, it's going to restart the application. So now this is done. Now let's record. Okay, first I would like to click on animation and then click on cloning, and here I want to run this. Okay, click on run. So as soon as you click on run, the balls will be moving up and down, right? And then click on back button so that I can exit the application. Click on back button again and then click on back button again. So I exited the application. If you see, whatever the actions that we are performing, it is recording here. Now let's see, run and see whether whatever the recording that we did, it successfully captured on. Okay, just run before you save the anything. Okay, run, it's going back and done. So that means everything is successful. So now I can save and exit the application. Okay, so before that, okay, let me show you one more thing here. Okay, so if you see actions, so let me open this. If you see actions here, right, all the actions corresponding to mobile, Android mobile, will be displayed here. I can use any action. I can double tap the gesture, I can drag and drop by offset, right? I can swipe. You will have a swipe option also. Okay, so if you see here, swipe an element left to right, swipe on element if visible. So basically all the actions that you will be performing by using Android mobile, that every action you can perform by using TestProject. It's pretty easy. Okay, it's all the predefined functions you are available. Okay, you can select them. Okay, so now I want to save and exit. Okay, so as soon as I save and exit, so this is the test is successful. Now I want to basically add this test also to my job, whatever I created. Okay, just drag and drop this test in the job that we created. Now I want to run both of them together. Okay, so for that you have two tests now. Just click on run the job, and now I want to view this. Okay, again I'm selecting to view the mobile. Okay, so it's initializing the device screen monitoring mirroring. Okay, first it's going to perform yellow page app which is already existing in my mobile, right? Whatever the search functionality we automated, it's gonna validate that in the yellow pages. Okay, so it's gonna do some APM settings. Okay, so now it opens your yellow pages. Right, it opens the yellow pages and then skip. Okay, it's going to search restaurants and then it's going to validate the restaurant. Right, is there. So test is successful. Now it opens API demo. So it's opening the API demo and then it's going back, it's going back, it's going back. So basically its test is successful, right? So let me go to recording, so results. If I go to results, let me close this view. If I go to results, we have run the two tests here. Okay, if you see here, there are two tests, 2 by 2. So the first test is yellow pages, which is successful, and my second test is API demo, right? So this is my API demo, second test. Right, if you see here, this is my second test and this is my first test passed, second test is passed, right? So and also you can see the reports at the project level also. If you see here, this is my mobile test project, entire project level report. So you can see the project level report as well. Okay, and let's go back to project. Okay, so that means I have explained you how can you automate your native app in real Samsung device by using an existing or native application, or by using APK file from the external source. Okay, hope you all understand the concepts very well. If you have any queries, just leave your comments in the comment box. I'm gonna reply to your queries. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 6 on test project automation tool concepts. So in my previous sessions, like lesson until lesson 5, I've covered very important topics like automating a web application, and then how can we automate the mobile applications by using native apps, right? And then how can we install test project automation tool, all these concepts. I would suggest you guys to please do visit those lessons before you watch this particular session. Okay, so in this session, in this lesson 6, I'm going to cover very important topics like a parallel testing, and how can we perform cross browser testing, and how can we perform cross platform testing by using test project automation tool. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. So here is our agenda for today's session. So I'm going to teach you how to perform cross platform testing by using test project automation tool. So what do you mean by cross platform testing? So basically, if you want to execute your automated test scripts in different systems with different environments, for example Windows system, Mac machine, or virtual machine, or in VDIs, right? So you will be executing the test scripts in different platforms or different systems by using test project automation tool. So okay, how can we perform that? I'm going to show you in this session. And also cross browser testing. So if you want to execute your automation test scripts in multiple browsers like IE, Edge, Chrome, Firefox, right? So how can you execute all the scripts in multiple browsers at a time, right? So that I'm gonna show you, and I'm gonna teach you how to configure those kind of cross browser testing configurations. Okay, and also I'm going to teach you how to perform parallel browser testing. That means you can perform multi browser or cross browser testing in series or in parallel, right? That means when I execute test scripts in multiple browsers, the test case execution starts at same time in all browsers together, so which saves lot of time in the execution. So how can we perform that? So I'm gonna walk you through an example. I'm gonna show you practically how to perform parallel browser testing by using test project automation tool. It's really very easy. It's not like you are doing your parallel testing by using TestNG framework or Selenium frameworks, right? It's not that difficult. It's very easy. Stay tuned. Let's jump onto our system and then show you all these concepts one by one by using examples. Okay, so I'm back onto my system, right? So before I explain about cross platform, cross browser, and then parallel testing, let's automate a very simple scenario. Okay, here first, so that you will understand from the beginning to end. Okay, so let's create a new test. So I have already explained you how to perform web application automation in my previous videos. I would suggest you guys to please do visit those videos before you watching this session. Okay, so let's select a web application and click next, and then provide this as a free test project, or let's do the parallel cross browser testing, cross browser parallel testing tests. Okay, and then click next, and then select the application. So let's see. Okay, so I want to add a new application here. Okay, free test project application. I want to use this application to automate the functionality. Okay, and click on done. So as soon as you click on done, so uh, the website, whatever the URL we provide, that has been selected, and click on next. And then now click on record option and start recording. So let's start recording. We are going to automate very simple test case to understand all these concepts. Okay, it's going to open the website. So it's opened the website, and along with the website, as I told you earlier, it also gonna open your recording wizard. Okay, still working. Okay, so it's opened the recording wizard as well. Okay, so now let's enter your first name here. Okay, and then let's enter some password here, and then click on login, and then validate this invalid username. Basically, I have provided the invalid credentials. So how to perform validation, you know, right? So you just scroll on this particular message and double shift, and then select validation and contain text. Okay, so it's automatically taken the contain text password is invalid. Okay, I'm validating whether the error message has a text called password is invalid. Okay, so and then I think that's it, and then let's close the application. So before closing the application, I want to delete these steps. I don't want to scroll down, right? And then I think that's good. So then close the application. As soon as you close the application, it saves your test. Okay, so let's run this test once and then make sure that it works fine. Okay, before we start um, learning about cross browser testing, right, and then parallel testing. Okay, just run this, select Chrome for this time. Okay, and then click next and run. So now it's gonna open the Chrome browser and then run the test whatever we recorded. Okay, so it's opened the Chrome browser. It's entering the full name, password, and then pass. Okay, it's validated the message. So the test is passed. So how to look for the reports, I already explained in my previous video. Please do visit the previous video. Okay, so now let's create a job now. Okay, let me create a new job for web and click next. Parallel tests. Okay, I'm just naming it as parallel tests. Okay, and click on next, and then for now you select Chrome, click on next, and then restart browser before each test. Okay, and then create. I've created a job now. Okay, so here when I am creating a job, let me explain one thing. Okay, I have selected a agent which is my Windows agent. I have two agents. Okay, so this is my Windows 10 system, and I have another virtual machine. So this is my another virtual machine. Okay, this is my another virtual machine which has a Windows itself, but this is another virtual machine. That means the agent I have installed on one virtual machine, and also I have installed agent on my main machine. Okay, so I have explained you how to basically how to install agents in your multiple machines, okay, in my previous videos. Okay, you can just visit that. For now I'm selecting Windows machine. Okay, so for this job I have selected Windows machine. Okay, let me create another job. Go to web and then parallel tests. I'll name it as virtual machine here. Okay, click next, and now this time select the virtual machine agent. Okay, I'm selecting the agent which is in the virtual machine, and let me select edge this time. Okay, click next, restart browser before each test, and create. So now I have two different jobs, right? And I have configured two different jobs in two different agents. One is virtual machine agent and another one is the main machine agent. Okay, so now whatever the test that we automated, let's drag and drop into these two jobs. Okay, I'm dragging and dropping into two jobs that we created just now. Okay, so let me drag and drop here. Okay, so this is my first test, and then let me drag. Something is happening here. Okay, okay, so now we dragged and dropped the same test into two different jobs. Okay, first let me run my first job, which is actually runs in my main Windows machine, right? As I told you, this job has an agent of my Windows machine, the main Windows machine. See this. Okay, right? Now let's run this job. Okay, click on run. Now this job should open a browser in my main Windows machine and run the test. Okay, it started running. If you see here, yeah, so now it opened the Chrome browser in my machine, and then it's gonna execute the test case. Right, done. Now let's run the other job. Okay, so the job that we created for my virtual machine. Okay, so now let's run this job, and then go to our virtual machine and see here if the Chrome browser opens in my virtual machine or not. Okay, the job should open the Chrome browser in my virtual machine. So I'm just waiting for the, yeah, if you see, sorry, it opened Edge because we selected Edge browser for my virtual machine. If you see, the tests are running in my virtual machine now, right? So it enters the username, it enters the password, click on login and validate it. It's done. So that means I am running the job in a remote machine which is not in front of me, right? So if you see here, these two tests are passed, correct? So this is what called the cross browser testing. That means I can keep all the automation scripts run in my different machines. Let's assume you have a requirement of automating 50 smoke tests, and then you need to run these 50 smoke tests in Windows machine, in Mac machine, and in virtual machine. So basically you can run the jobs so that all your 50 smoke tests runs in different platforms. So that is what called as cross platform testing. Now, so we have covered cross platform testing. Now cross browser testing. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's take the job that we have created, parallel tests for my main Windows machine. Okay, let's edit this. Click on edit and then go to next button. Here now I want to test in Chrome, Edge and Firefox. I want to test the same test case, automation test. I want to run that in 3 different browsers. Okay, and then that's why I've selected 3 different browsers. Click on next, and here I want to perform this in serial model, series. Basically I want to perform this in series, not in parallel. Okay, and save. So once you save, now if I run this job, the test case execution should happen in 3 different browsers in series. Okay, let's run this and then see what happens. So when I run this, I can go to show monitor also. So where I can monitor, if you see here, I have 3 different browsers here. It is preparing test. Now it should open your Chrome browser first, right? And then it should open Edge browser. So if you see here, the Chrome browser is opened. It performs the test. Done. Now it should open your Edge browser. So if you see, the Edge browser is opened and it performs the test. So done. And now it opens a Firefox. So if you see, it is opening a Firefox. So it's opened your Firefox and then done, close. So if you go back to project, now the test case execution is done. If you go back to project, now if you see your test results, so let's go back here. If I want to go to the reports and see my parallel tests, and I want to see my latest execution. If you see here, I can see this test case executed in 3 different browsers. Chrome, this is Chrome, this is Edge, this is Firefox, right? If I click on Chrome, it took 6 seconds. If I click on Edge browser, it took 10 seconds. If I click on Firefox, it took 6 seconds. So that means Chrome is faster than your Edge browser, and Firefox is almost similar with your Chrome, but little slower. Okay, so you can validate all your results in different browsers this way. Okay, now let's go back to project again. So what if, because I am executing all the test cases in different browsers in series, it takes almost like 6 seconds. Now the entire test is taking almost like 12 or 20 seconds. Now I want to perform these in series, in parallel. Okay, click on this 3 dots and click on edit. Now I want to perform parallel testing. So what should I do? I select my agent, Windows agent, and then I select, let me select 3 browsers. Okay, sorry, where I'm testing. Okay, this one, we need to select this one. I've selected the wrong one. Okay, let's select this, edit and go to next, and here select your agent and then select 3 different browsers and click next. And here this time I would like to select parallel, and then I would like to run browsers in parallel and restart the browser before each test and save it. Now let's run our parallel test job. Okay, let's run this. Now this run should open all three browsers at a time. Okay, go to show monitor. So this is your parallel testing. It should open all three browsers. Just observe the bottom tab. Okay. Yeah. So it's going to open all the three browsers. Okay. Yeah. See, if you see, it opened Firefox, it opened your Chrome browser. I'm just checking for each IE. See, if you see, IE also opened, right? All three of them. It completed execution in Chrome, and it started execution in IE. It's almost finishing in the IE, and Firefox is taking time. So this is your Firefox. It's done. So that means all three browsers execution has been done. So now let's go back to project and then see, go here and see the reports. I want to see the reports now. If you see the reports here, all three of the execution, it took 1 minute 9 seconds. Let's see what happened previous one. Okay, it's almost took the similar, but one thing is it's opened all three of them at a time. Okay, so if you see here, 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 7 seconds, right? So now this way you can perform your parallel testing. So let's go back to our project again. So let me do one thing. So I want to set this parallel testing in my virtual machine also. Okay, just go to more options, click on edit, click next, and now I want to select all two, let's say Chrome and Edge in my virtual machine. Okay, and then click next. Now I want to perform parallel testing, right? And click on save. So now what I'll do, I'm gonna basically execute this test in all three browsers in my main Windows machine, and also Firefox, all three browsers in my virtual machine as well. Okay, so now let's trigger your parallel tests. So let me trigger this one, and then let me trigger my virtual machine also. Okay, I'm running all of them. So now if you see, my main machine should start testing, start, and my virtual machine also should start. Test should start in my virtual machine. In virtual machine it's not yet started. In my main machine also it's not yet started. So it's starting now, it's still running. Let's see in our virtual machine, it's not yet started. So if you see here, it started in my main machine. Let's go back to virtual machine also. Okay, let's see, in main machine it's actually execution is getting done. So this is your Firefox, I think, Edge, and then your Firefox also done. Let's see what happens. See, if you see, now the second job started in my virtual machine. If you see, this is my virtual machine, right? This is my virtual machine. Second job started, and then it's executing in Internet Explorer, and then it's going to execute in my Chrome browser as well. Okay, so basically you can perform cross browser testing and cross platform testing very easily by using TestProject. So hope you all understand how easy it is to set up your cross platform, cross browser, parallel and series testings by using TestProject. It's really important, guys, and it's very powerful option that has given by our TestProject automation tool. If you have any queries, please do provide your comments in comment box. I'll try to answer your queries. Okay. Please do subscribe to the channel. Click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone. This is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 7 on TestProject automation tool. So till now I have published 6 lessons where I have explained you about installation of the TestProject tool, and also how can we perform basic automation of web UI applications, and then how can we perform automation of mobile applications. And also I explained you about parallel browser testing, cross platform testing, cross browser testing, all these concepts. I would suggest you guys to visit those 6 lessons before you proceed with this particular lesson. So in this lesson 7, I'm gonna concentrate on how do we manage and work with element locators by using TestProject automation tool. Okay, it's very important. It's not simple like we record the test and then play the test. No, it's not the way. So we need to basically manage all the elements throughout the project, right? So if any element property is changed, you need not to change the element property in each and every test case, right? There should be some central repository. So those are all the things I'm going to explain in this particular video. Okay, and there are other options where we can basically monitor the element properties, where you can basically evaluate the element properties, right? So these are all the different options we have in TestProject automation tool, which helps us in automating the test cases very effectively. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. So here is our agenda item, right? So our first agenda item is, I'm going to teach you how can we add element locators manually by using TestProject automation tool. And also, how can you freeze the element while recording or while exploring the while automating the test cases. So how can you freeze the element and explore existing attributes on the current page? And also I can show you how can you use the explorer option to see the entire DOM, basically the entire locators available on the page and the structure of these locators. Okay, and also I'm going to teach you how to use the locator option which is available in TestProject to evaluate the elements by changing the property values. Okay, and also I'm going to show you how can you save the elements from the locator after evaluation. Basically you can save the element and then you can create a step from the saved element. Okay, so these are all very important for you guys, so it makes very easy for any automation engineers to basically automate the applications, because so there will be a lot of elements which you cannot locate by using some unique identifiers, right? So to identify the unique identifiers you need all these options, so that it's very easy for you to identify the unique locator that can be identified the required element, right? So please let's jump onto our system and see how can we perform all these operations and how can we use all these options, and then where can we use all these options while automating your test cases. Okay. Okay, so I'm in testproject.io. I just logged in and my agent, let's see my agent is running or not. Okay, my agent, test project agent is running. So as I explained you in my earlier web UI automation session, right? Probably lesson 3 or 4. I would basically suggest you guys to go through that lesson. Okay, so before you watch this session. So this is the test, same test about which I am taking. Okay, let me open this test that we have recorded and have added some validations here, right? Okay, so now let me explain what is our first agenda item, how to add steps manually. Okay, and then how can you add the elements manually. Okay, so if you see here, let me start recording. See, I already recorded. So when I start the recording for the existing test step wizard, it's going to open the website. Okay, let's start the recording. So what happens? It's going to open the HRM portal. Okay, that we have automated. So it's open your HRM portal here. If you see, right, it's open. It's actually opening the HRM portal, and then it's gonna keep the HRM portal ready for us. Okay. Right. So now, if I want to add steps manually, what should I do? Okay, let's add one step manually. Okay, click on add. Right here, what action do you want me to perform? Okay, you can select that. Let's assume I want to add, I want to click on forgot your password. Okay, so that's what we are going to do now. Okay, either you can add your test step or action by searching the action name. Okay, to click you just searched click. So if you see here, click. Okay, or you can basically perform action directly by element. So if you expand this element, whatever the elements that are stored in our steps, previous steps, right, it shows everything here. If you see here, I can see every element here. I can directly select one of the element. Let's assume I want to select login button. Okay, just select one of the element and then select the action that you want to perform. Click. So that means if you see here, what I'm doing, I'm actually clicking on the login button. You can just save this step. If you see here, there is a new step that has been added. If I run this here, I can run step from here itself. Okay, if I run this and see what happens, it should click on your login button. Okay, I think there is an issue. Okay, that means what happened, let's see. So it says, yeah, so it's failed. Why? Open this again, and if you see here, let's search for the login element. So if you see here, the CSS selector, that means the property whatever we have taken, it is not correct property, right? But anyway, so how to correct it, I'll tell you later. Okay, let me do one more thing. So let me add another manual step here. Okay, let me add another manual step here. Okay, so as I told you, if you want to perform a new operation, what should you do? Okay, here you just hover on this and then click on double shift and then select action. I want to click on this link, right? Select this click on link. What happens, it automatically pulls your new step here. Okay, it already pulled your click on element. What is the element that you want to click, right? It pulled everything here. I want to make sure that this XPath, whatever it took automatically, whether it's gonna work or not. Okay, for that, find element, you click on find element, it's gonna show you correct. So that means it has a match, one match. If you see here, one match is there. Again click on this, So it shows one match and then this is glowing in green color. So that means this is correct. Now I want to save the step. I saved it. So if you see here, click forgot your password. New step has been added, right? So when I run this, it will work for sure. Okay. So this is one way of adding steps manually, right, without recording. Okay, I have clicked on this, done. So now let me delete. Okay, you can delete the steps also. Let me delete this and let me also delete this. Okay, whatever the new step that I have added, I deleted it. Okay, now what is our second agenda item is freeze the element. Okay, so if you see here, so let me just log in here. Okay, I'm just logging in manually. Okay, because I want to automate the steps after login, because I can see here I already logged in. I'm validating once I log in whether the user has been logged in or not, right? Click on login. So as soon as you log in, oh, I think login is not working. Let me try in different browser. Okay, let's try in different browser and see if login works or not. Okay, if it's not working, then probably copy. Yeah, so it's working. Okay, so now, so I logged in here. Okay, so now let's assume, okay, let me try here as well. Okay, admin. Oh, sorry, I think I entered wrong password earlier. Okay, login. So now it's logged in. So now what I want to do, I want to basically perform some operations. Okay, I want to click on one of these menu items. Okay, so for that I want to use a freeze. So let's say I want to add this one. Okay, all you need to do is just hover on this element, click on double shift, right, and then you need to add action here. Okay, if you want to click, okay, you just select the click button and then it automatically gets the step here. Okay, how to use and then explore existing attributes. Okay, so now if you see here, if I open this edit element, right, if you see the recruitment link, the tool has already taken all the existing locators. If you see here, this recruitment can be identified by using this locator XPath or this locator XPath or this XPath, right? So I can use any one of the locator here, right? And let's search on this. Okay, okay, it's actually highlighting that. Let me search on this XPath. It's actually highlighting. Let me search on this XPath. It's highlighting. That means all the XPaths whatever it has taken are correct. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me just make sure. Let me change the property of this. If I click on search, if you see, it's not actually locating. So that means I need not to. Let's assume I want. Okay, let's assume. Let me delete this one. Okay, let's search this. So it's not locating correctly. Then I can delete this XPath here. I can delete it. Now what I'm instructing TestProject, I'm instructing TestProject to identify this object, this element by using these two XPaths, right? So that way you can easily use your freeze element option and then explore existing properties. Okay, and also let me show one more thing here. Okay, let's go back here. I don't want to save that step. Okay, again go to recruitment, double shift, and if you see here, I have another option called attributes. That means when I click on this attributes of recruitment link, it is showing me all the attributes here, right? So if I hover on this XPath attribute, okay, and then click on open in element locator, right? Just click on this. What happens? It's gonna open the element locator in locator option, okay. And if you see here, when I click on evaluate, right, let me click on evaluate. See, it is highlighting, it has one match, okay. Here is one match, okay. I can save this element from locator option itself, okay. Let me just, okay, from location, okay, that's later I'm going to tell you, okay, how to save and then how can do that, okay. So this is the way, basically, by freezing your element you can explore all the existing options here, okay. And you can also copy the XPath from the clipboard, okay, even that you can do, okay, right. And our another agenda item is how to use locator, one of locator options, right. If you see here, the locator, whatever, from, see, we freezed this element and then we just clicked on this particular open the element locator. As soon as you open the element locator, it has opened your locator option. So how can you use this? You can basically click on evaluate. So when I click on evaluate, it's highlighting, right, and it is showing me one match. Let's assume I remove this, click on evaluate, so no match found, right. Again add, so there is one match. Let's assume I want to delete this numerical 5 and just evaluate. If you see here, when I'm evaluating this, it found almost 11 matches, right, because I removed that number from here. So all the 11 matches I could see here, right? See everything, right? And now, so that means basically by using locator, you can easily evaluate them, okay? So let's assume, again I want to change it to, let's say 2 and then evaluate. So now if you see, it is adding here, correct. So let's say I want to save this element now, okay. What you can do, you can basically save the element. Once I'm actually not saving the step, I'm actually saving the element. Once I save the element, right, it's gonna ask you, do you want to save the element and create a step, right? So I can do that way, or you can just save the element, okay. Any one of the option you can take, okay. Let's save the element and create a step, okay. I'm saving this element. So as soon as I save the element, it is asking what do you want to do. Let me select it as click, okay. I want to click, right, and then now save step. So as soon as you save the step, see, the step has been added. Let's execute this, okay, and see whether it's gonna click on this particular element or not, okay. Run step. See, he clicked on that, right? It's clicked on that, right? So that is another way of adding step. Basically, I'm adding step from the locator by adding a element, okay. That is another way of doing that, okay. And let me also explain one more thing, okay. Let me go back to my test project, okay. Now assume one of the element locator, let's assume this one, okay. Let's say this XPath has been changed. Then do I need to, if I go back to my test project, if the XPath, if you see here, I have this test case and I have this test case, right? There are two test cases. If the element locator of your login button or some other element locator has been changed, do I need to change the locator property in each and every test case here? No. So there is another way of maintaining this, okay. If you see here, my project structure is, I have how many applications here? I have one HRM application, free test project, HRM application. Basically two applications I have, right? So if you click on, there is an option called elements in test project. When you click on elements, you can see the same structure here. That means the structure of your applications. I have two applications. As I told you earlier, in my project, I have test cases. Okay, let me go back to here, project. I'm using two different applications, right? When I click on elements, there will be folder structure of same applications. So HRM app, if I click on HRM app, I'm using these many elements. If you see, just now, right now, we have added one of the element, one of the step related to this one, right? So you can see that element is also added to this location. And there is a recruitment location, recruitment element that is added when we added manually, and forgot your password also there. So basically, whatever the steps that we have added, all those elements came to this folder structure in the elements, right? Now, in case property of your submit button is changed, you just come here, click on edit, and then change the property here. That's it. So as soon as you change the property, it automatically changes this particular property in all your test cases. You need not to change this property in each and every test case. You just come to elements and then change your property. It's a kind of central repository, okay, as same as your qtp or any other tools, okay. And if I want to add a new element to this particular application, you go to new element, and then if I want to add application, basically I want to add element from web application, right? You need to select this web application. As soon as you select this web application, provide the name, right? Name of the application, right? And then here, if you see, because I'm using the web application, I can see that all the locators related to web application are showing here, right? XPath, tag name. But in case if I want to add a locator from my Android mobile, you need to select this. As soon as you select this, if you see the locators, now I can see ID, class name, and all these things. But apart from that, I can also see accessibility ID, Android auto ID, right? So that means these are all coming from Android. Let's say if I click on this Apple, means Mac, iOS, right? So if you expand this, all the locators relate to iOS. If you see accessibility ID, iOS UI automation, iOS predicate, right? These are all the locators related to iOS, right? And then type of the objects. Let's go here, Android. So it takes, it's basically loading the type of the types, loading the types, okay. And if you expand this, so these are all, if you see, all are related to your Android, right? Type of the locators, right? Android. In the same way, when you click on web, then it's going to show you web related one, okay. So basically you will be adding the element manually by selecting the platform that you are working on, and then provide your the value and then click on save. So basically it's gonna save an element here, okay. That is another way of adding a new locators in your central repository directly, right? But if you are adding steps, if you are adding steps, right, then even though whenever you add element locator by using record option or by using add step option, corresponding elements will be stored under elements folders to the corresponding project, okay. Hope you understand the concept, right? So let's go back to our, again, to the same page here, okay. So now you understand how are we managing the central repository. So that means we covered adding element locators manually, freeze element and explore existing attributes. We also covered let me use locator option, okay. So now we also covered using locator option to evaluate the elements, right? And now use explore option. Okay, let me show you that. Okay, so if you see here on the screen, you have another option called explore. Okay, you click on explore option and see here, let's say these are all the entire structure of your web page. So if I hover on this, so the corresponding is panel is showing me. If you see here, this is your image, and if you hover on this, this is my panel. Let's say hover on this, this is another panel, and this is my table. So if you see here, let me freeze this, double tap. If you see here, this is my table, right? Table row, table cell. Let's say I want to see entire table. What happens? Let's see. Okay, do I have any table here? This is my entire table. If I click on here, see, I'm able to basically locate this entire table, right? And if you want to retrieve this table, you can retrieve the table. Okay, let's do one thing. I want to count an elements present in this particular table. In this table, how many elements are present? Okay, so what I'll do, I'll click on this table. Okay, and then add. Okay, click on save element, right? Click on save element, and now what action do you want to perform? I clicked on save element and then save and create step. Okay, when I click on save and create step, now I want to create a steps to count elements. Okay, let me do one thing. So it's not happening. Okay, so let me go back again. Let me close this. Okay, let me do this for other one. Okay, let's do one thing. Okay, go to explorer again. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's select this. Okay, let's select this. Okay, freeze this. Now this is one xid. Oh, sorry, let me freeze this. Sorry, so I freezed it. This is one. If you see XPath, I can see all these XPaths, right? So now let's assume I want to add this save element. So if you see here, this is one XPath. Let me copy this XPath. Okay, now, okay, let me copy this XPath, copy this, and then go back to test. Now I want to add a step manually. Okay, so now what do you want me to add? I want to add count web elements. Okay, count elements. Okay, so this is count elements. You just click on count elements, right? Now by type, XPath type, and then by string, what is my XPath value? Okay, so this is my XPath value. I want to remove this one. Okay, I want to remove this one, and then what is the outcome? So let's say I'm counting how many earlier. Let's go back here again and then put here. Let's go to locator and then see how many elements should be there. Okay, if you see here, evaluate, I have total 11 matches, right? So that means now I can go back here and then go back here. Okay, let me do one thing. Locators. So that means I have total 11 matches. So let's do one thing again, one more time. Okay, so now I want to save this element. Oh, sorry, go back to step. Okay, I want to add another step. Okay, and here count elements, count elements by XPath, and this is my string. I want to remove this one. Okay, and now I want to validate this. I want to validate this by adding a validation. It should be equal to 11, correct? The output of this should be equal to 11, right? Now save step. So as soon as I save step, it's added count element found by locator. Okay, just run this. Okay, when I run this, it should be passed because I have 11. It should match with the 11 count. Let's see. Okay, if you see here, it is passed. Go to details. It is passed. Go to details. I can see the count is 11. Let's say, let me modify this step. Let me make it as 10. Okay, and see what happens. Okay, run this again. See, it's failed. Why? Because the actually it is matching with the count is 11, but we specified the output as 10. Actual result as 10. Sorry, expected result as 10. That's why it's failed. Okay, let me modify this again. Okay, 11. And now let's run this. So it passed, right? So this is the way you can use Explorer option as well, right? And if you want to restructure your thing, let's assume I want to pull this here. You can just drag and drop here. So you can basically restructure your elements and steps as well. Okay, and also if I want to run from here, let's say hover on these three dots and then you can just say run until here. That means it's going to run from till here, or I can run from here. If I run from here, it's going to validate all the locators and then it's going to click on this one. Okay, let's run from here. Run from here, it's validating and it's clicked on this PIM, correct? Done. So these two tests are passed. Okay, so that way you can basically run from anywhere to anywhere. Okay, if you want to run from here, you can run from here. Okay, or if you want to run until here, you can run until here. Okay, so this is the way you can basically debug your scripts. Okay, hope you understand all the options like locators, explorer, and then how can you freeze the element by double shift tap, and then perform actions, validations. I already explained actions and validations, and this is the one we newly identified, attributes. You can just click on this attribute and then click on open in element locator. As soon as you open in element locator, it opens your locator and then it's going to evaluate. You have an option to evaluate in the element locator, so that you can see how many matches it found by using this XPath. If I want to change something here, I can change also. If I want to use CSS selector, I can use CSS selector, right? So these are all the different options we have in, really powerful options we have in test project automation tool. These are all very useful while automating very big applications where you have number of elements, right? And where you might not be able to identify the unique identifiers. So you can explore all the options, all different values and locators to make it as unique. Okay, hope you all understand these concepts. If you have any questions, leave your comments in the comment box. I'm going to reply to your queries. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 8 on test project automation tool. So in this lesson, I'm going to cover API automation and how do we perform end-to-end API testing in test project automation tool. So as you all know, I have already published 7 lessons covering different basic topics, which includes web UI application automation, basic data driven framework, and then how can we identify the element locators in test project automation tool, and all other concepts. I would suggest you guys to please do visit those videos before you watch this session. Please subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so following are the agenda items for today's session. I'm going to teach you how can we install RESTful API client from add-ons module within the test project automation tool. Okay, and also I'm going to teach you how can we add different actions to send HTTP or HTTPS requests using get, post, put and delete methods for REST services. And also I will teach you how can we capture the server response for any request, JSON request that you sent, right? And also I'm going to teach you how can we capture the response codes. Okay, and also I'm going to teach you how can we extract multiple JSON paths and then store those multiple JSON paths in parameters. So what is JSON path? The JSON path is, so generally the JSON structure, you'll have a root elements and then child elements, right? So in JSON paths, by using JSON path, you can capture any root element or any child element that you want to validate. So you can extract any child element that you want to validate and then store it into parameters, so that you can use those stored parameters against your expected results, or you can use them in your upcoming test cases, right? So while automating one test case, you can capture the output response and you can capture the elements, and you can use those elements from the response in another test case. So I'm going to teach you that. And also I'm going to teach you how can we validate the JSON elements using parameters. Okay, so if you have, let's jump on to our system. Let me jump onto the system, show you all these concepts and techniques. How can we perform by using test project? How can we validate end-to-end API by using test project? Okay, so now let's practically do automation step by step by using test project. Okay, so before we start, I just want to show you what I'm going to automate. Okay, so this is one sample website where we have a different types of REST requests. Okay, in this first request is getting list of all users from the system. Okay, so here I want to automate. Whenever I send this request, I have to get a response of 200 and I have to get a response of all these users, right? As a response, all these users. Okay, and I want to capture the user details of my first record, not all the records, but I want to capture separately the user details of first record, and I want to capture the first name and last name and keep it stored. Okay, and now when I go to single user request, in the single user request I have to pass the ID. So if you see, my first user ID is 7. So if I pass the first user ID in the request, I should get the response of my ID 7, which is first name Michael and Lawson, right? So now, because in the first request I'm storing my first name and last name, in the second request, when I send a single user request, I should get the same first name and last name, which I captured in my previous request, right? In the previous request, output JSON will have the first name and last name. This output JSON, I'm going to store first name and last name and ID. I'm going to store in parameters, and I want to use these parameters to automate the second request. Okay, and also I'm going to create So basically I want to create a user by using post method. I want to create this user, right? As soon as I create a user will be created with unique ID, right? Now I want to capture this unique ID so that I can use this unique ID to delete the user. So without capturing the unique ID, you cannot delete the user, right? So whenever I post a new user will have his new unique ID. Now from the response, I will capture this and I want to use this in the next test case to delete the record. So these are all the scenarios that we are going to automate. Okay. So for that, let's go back to test project. So let me create a new folder. Oh, I already created a new folder called a YouTube demo API. Okay. So I would suggest you guys to basically visit my previous videos to create folders and projects and how can you create test, right? All these things I have already I have already explained in my previous 7 YouTube videos. Please do visit that, okay, before you proceed with this. So now let's create a new test, okay? And here select web. I want to select web here and name this as sample API test. Okay, click on next and I want to add, I think I already have application. Let's see. So this is our application, rest request rest.in, right? Okay, so that I already have actually API test where I have already stored that URL. Okay, this is the URL. Okay, and then click on next and click record. So as soon as you click record, it's gonna open that URL. Okay, start recording. So why I'm adding URL, just for it's easy for us to understand what we are automating. Okay, so in today's session this is what I'm going to cover. So in the upcoming session I'm going to enhance it, the concepts. Again I'm going to enhance the concepts. I'm going to teach you a little advanced concepts. Okay, so whenever you started the recording, immediately it's going to start the URL and it opens the URL. Okay, so what is our first test that you want to automate? Okay, we want to automate the first request where we'll be getting all the users as a response, right? Okay, let me show you that. Okay, so it's basically loading. Just give a minute. Okay, let me pause the recording and show you. Okay, so here my first request is this. Okay, so let's add a new step manually. Add step manually. What are we doing here? We are doing get function, right? So basically before you add this step manually, let's go back to test project. Okay, what is our prerequisite? Go to add-ons and search for restful. Just search for restful. Here, as soon as you search for RESTful, you will get an add-on called RESTful API client. And then you will have install button here. Because I already installed, it's showing me installed. If you're not installed, it's going to show you install. Just click on install button. It will take a minute to install this add-on. Okay, that's our prerequisite. Okay, so now let's go back to our test again. Okay, so because I already added that add-on, so now click on add step manually. Here you just type http get. Because I have installed that add-on, I will get this action http get request. Okay, click on this. So as soon as you click on here, it will ask you to provide the URI. Okay, what is my URL? Rest in rest request rest.in slash what is my source. This is my source for to get all the list of users, right? Just enter that API slash users page equal to 2. Okay, this is my URL. And now JSON path. So for now, leave about the JSON path. Okay, what is my expected status? My expected status is 200, correct? So let's enter expected status as 200, which is response code. Okay, now let's capture the entire response. Okay, so how can you capture the entire response? Go to your server response body. Okay, now select a parameter. Now I want to add a new parameter here. What is the parameter I want to add? Server response. Okay, so basically what I am doing, I'm adding a parameter so that I can capture the response. Okay, select this server response. Okay, so now what I am doing, entire server response, basically this entire response, the whatever the response we are seeing here is going to store in a parameter called server response. Okay, let's save this step. Now let's execute and see what happens. Okay, let's execute this. So it's executed successfully, and see the details here. If you see the details, the response code is 200, which is correct. And what is my response body? This entire server response is this. So that means I have stored the entire server response to the parameter successfully, right? That is done. Now, as I told you, from this entire response, I have to extract the details of my first user only, correct? For that, you need to add another step manually. Type extract JSON path, extract JSON. So if you see here, yeah, extract multiple JSON paths. So because this is also a separate add-on. So as soon as you search in the action, you might not have a option to add because you need to install. So you will have a button called install. So you need to install this JSON operation. Okay, add-on. This is add-on. So as soon as you click on install, you should be able to use this function. Okay, so select that function. Now I want to capture. So what is my this entire JSON value that I want to use to extract multiple JSON paths? So you need to provide the entire response, whatever we captured in our first step. Okay, just go here. Okay, so here earlier we already captured in our first step entire response. So I want to use this parameter here. Okay, server response. Take the server response. Now what are all the JSON paths? So you can basically specify multiple JSON paths in different lines. Okay, my first JSON path is I want to extract first name and last name. Okay, so to extract, so basically how to extract the first name last name, probably you can refer. So anytime you extract, or even anytime you specify a particular child element, so you need to start with dollar. Okay, dollar dot. So basically let me take directly all these things here. Okay, so if you see here, let me copy all these things. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm capturing. So if you see here, what I'm doing, let me save this and explain you. Okay, why I have entered like this. Okay, if you go here, my response, the response is stored in a root element called data. Under root element data, so basically first root element is page. Okay, I'll be using dot, and then second root element is data. Under data, what is next one? I want to capture first name as a child element, which is Michael. I want to capture last name, and I want to capture ID. And hence, that's why if you see here, dollar dot, this represents your page first root element, and the second root element data, because this entire users details are reside under data. So that's why I'm entering data. And what is my first element? Because here every element starts with 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? Every user within the data, this is my first 0 element, this is my 1 sub element, 2, 3. So now I want my first one, which is 0. Under data, I want first element. What I want? I want first name. That's why I'm specifying 0 dot first name. In the same way, dollar dot data 0 and last element, dollar dot data 0 and ID. Okay. So now I'm capturing all these JSON paths. I'm extracting basically. Once I extract, I want to store them in parameters. What is my output? So, okay, first path result 1. What in my first path is first name, correct? So let's create first parameter. Add first name, save this, select it. So that means first name is gonna, my first path is gonna store in this parameter. What is my second one? Second one is last name. Add another parameter, last name. That means my second path, whatever I'm extracting, is going to store here. Second path is last name. Third path is ID. So just add a third one, right? Add another parameter called ID. Save this. So that my third path is going to store here. Done. I think that's it. And then save the step. So that means first I'm getting entire response. From entire response, I'm just extracting this first element, sub element, right? Child element. I'm extracting my first record and I'm storing my first name, last name and ID in different parameters. Right. Now, what is my next test case? My next test case is to execute a get operation. Okay. This is my get operation. But what user I want to get? I want to get a first user from the entire response. What is my first user? Here is my first user, right? So let's add another action here. Okay. Add step manually. Now I have to use get, right? HTTP get request. Here, what is my URL now for the single user? To get the single user, this is my URL. Okay, copy this, and then this is your source, API slash users slash here ID. So I don't want to use the ID called to, but I want to use the ID that I have stored earlier. Where here, if you see, okay, we have not executed this, right? We already executed it. Let's see the extract JSON paths successfully executes or not. Okay, let me extract this. Okay, let me execute this. When I execute this, it should extract the response and store first name, last name and ID. So if you see here, I can see that now it is getting exactly Michael Lawson and your ID as 7. If you see here, first name is Michael, last name is Lawson and your ID is 7. Correct, it's got it. Now what we are doing here, we are actually executing single user test case, right? But now here I want to pass, instead of 2, I want to pass the ID that I have captured from this step. I want to capture the ID that I am storing here, right? I want to use that. So for that, go here. Now modify your URL here. Okay. So the URL is API underscores API slash user slash this one, right? The 2. Instead of 2, I want to pass my ID that I captured in my previous step. So for that, use parameter and go down and select ID. Okay. Use parameter, select ID. That's it. So I'm using ID. here instead of hard coding my user which I want. And here, see here, now when I get the response, so let me store the response as it is, server response here. Okay, what is my server response? Just store as it is. Let's use the same server response. I want to override the server response of my previous test case. Okay, just use the server response, or let me create a new one. Unnecessary confusion. Okay, let's create single user response, right? Single user response. Save this, select it. Okay, response I'm storing here, and save the step. Now let's execute this step now. Execute. So now it should use the ID from the previous, which is 7. My previous ID is, let me show you the previous test case ID. What I got here is, however, on this, if you see, I can see the ID is stored as 7 here, and my last name is stored as Lawson. My first name is stored as Michael. Okay, so it's what it executed. Let's see. If you see here, I got, see, ID 7. I got the response ID 7 response. I got first name Michael and last name Lawson. I want to validate the response now. Within the response, does the response contains first name, which I got from my previous test case where I have stored here, right? So let me add another step here. Okay, let's go back here again. What is the response you got? Let's see. This entire response body I got the response of only one user. Now I want to extract first name and last name from this response. Add another step manually. Same thing, extract multiple JSON paths, right? Select that. Here, what is my JSON input here? The latest response that I captured, which is single user response. Okay. And what are all the JSON paths I want to capture? I want to capture my simple first name and last name. Okay. Because currently I have only one set of data, right? Only one set of data. That's it. So I need not to use 0, 1, 2, 3 because I have only one set of data. That's why I'm going to use star, sorry, dollar dot dot first name, dollar dot dot last name, right? That's it. Now here I want to add a validation here. What is my first validation? So instead of storing this first name, last name, I want to add a validation. Whatever the first name and last name I captured from the single user response, is it contains my first name that I have captured in my previous step. Okay, I'm asking that does contain the value that is stored in my parameter which I captured earlier, first name. So let's add another one. Another one is, does this second JSON path contains, let's add another one, does that contains last name? So basically, instead of storing my JSON, first JSON path and second JSON path in the variable, I'm actually adding a validation point here. Does the first JSON path, whatever I'm capturing, is equal to the first name that I captured in my previous step, right? In the same way, last name in the I captured in previous step. Okay, just save this. If you see here, I've already captured my first name here in my previous step. First name showing as Michael, second name showing as Lawson, right? So now let's see, execute this and see what happens. So it's failed. What is the failure? Let's see. It says result 1. Oh, first name. It's not capturing first name. Let's close this again. Okay. What is the problem? Let's see. Open this. I want to type this again. Okay. Dollar dot dot first name, because there is a problem in copy and pasting. Dollar dot dot last name. Save this. Now execute this again. Now it's pass. If you see here, Michael Lawson. That means let's execute this entire test cases together. Okay, let's run from here. Okay, what I'm doing, I'm getting all user details here, and I'm capturing my first user details from the response, and I'm storing ID, first name, last name in parameters. And in the second test case where I'm actually requesting for only one user details, where I'm using the ID from my previous test case, and I'm getting the response, entire response of that user, and I'm actually capturing only first name and last name from the response, and I'm validating if the first name and last name or whatever I got from this request is equal to the first name last name I captured from my previous request. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Okay, let's execute all together. Run from here. So it's going to open the URL, and then it start executing my first get function. If you see here, get, and then it is extracting ID, first name, last name, and then it is getting my second single username. So everything is passed. Pass, result is pass. I got the single user details, and it contains the previous first name and last name I captured in my previous use case, right? So hope you all understand the concept. It's really very important to capture the JSON paths and multiple JSON paths so that you can validate n number of elements or child elements from your responses. Okay, and so in my next session I'm gonna explain you, I'm gonna combine both web application and your API automation. Basically, get information from the API request by sending an API request, and then whatever the response you got, right, from the API request, capture some of the details from your response and pass those details to your web application. So it's very important. I'm going to explain you that. So how can we perform this? Okay, so I'm going to explain you. Okay, hope you all understand the very important concepts of API. If you have any comments, just provide your comments in the comment box. I'm going to respond to your queries. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive more notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. This is our lesson 9 on test project automation tool concepts. So in my previous lesson, I have covered the end-to-end automation flow for automating the API requests and the responses. I would suggest you guys to please do visit the previous lesson where I have covered all these topics you can see on the board, right? I have covered all these end-to-end topics and different techniques in automating the REST services or API requests. Okay, I would suggest you guys to visit that video before you proceed with this lesson. Okay, so in this lesson, I'm going to concentrate on how can we combine API tests and the UI automation tests so that we can get an advantage of capturing the API response messages and extracting the JSON path from the responses, and how can we use the extracted JSON paths in your UI automated tests as an input parameters. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna cover in this lesson. Okay, it's very important topic, guys. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. So now let's jump onto the system and see how can we combine API and UI automated tests together by using TestProject automation tool. Thank you. Okay, so as I explained you, so what is the web application that we are going to work? So this is our web application where this web application is provided by TestProject. It's a free application. Okay, example.testproject.io web. Okay, this is one web application. So what is our scenario? So here I'm gonna use one REST request or API request to get a random user details from the backend. Okay, I'm gonna get a random user details from the backend, and I have to pick up some of the elements from the response. Like I have to pick up the first name, and also I have to extract the last name from the response of that particular API, and then I have to input those first name and last name in this web application to login. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna perform. That is what I'm gonna automate here. Okay, let's see how can we perform that. Okay, for that let's go back to our test project. So we created one folder in the previous session, that YouTube demo API. Okay, and I have already showed you how to automate the end-to-end flow of an API test, right? So now let's create another new test here. Select web and then click on next and name this as free test proj web. Okay, click on next, and here I need to select the URL, right? So this URL, I already added this URL. Otherwise, you just need to add here and then paste the URL here. Okay, just name the application name and then paste the URL here. Okay, so as I already have a URL, I'm going to select the URL from my existing list. Okay, select the URL and then click next, and then click on record option and start recording. So as soon as you start the recording, it's going to open the website, the test project sample free website. Okay, and then it's going to open your recording wizard as well. Okay, so once it opens, first, as I told you in my previous lesson, we need to add an action to send an API request. Okay, so I already told you, you need to visit the previous video to understand more on these concepts. Okay, for the API concepts. Okay, so let's add one step manually. Okay, add step here, http get request, and there is one URL that is provided by the test project. So basically, to get a random user, this is one URL, API URI basically, right? This is one URI which you can use. This URI will actually get a random username. Yeah, so this is the URI. It's an open URI that has been provided by test project to get a random user details. Okay, and now, so once I get the random user details, I would like to store the response here. I would like to store the server response. Okay, let's store the server response here as random user. Okay, and then let's save this and then select this random user parameter where I'm storing the server response, right? So yeah, and save this. Now let's just execute. So it automatically, as soon as I save this, it is actually executing, and see what happens. Okay, okay, the execution is successful. We'll see what happens. Okay, the execution is successful and I got the results of a random user. Okay, so now let's close this And here now from the response, I don't want to have this entire response entered in my full name. So in full name, in web UI, in full name, I would like to enter my first name and the last name. If you see, this is my first and this is my last. So I need to build a JSON path. I need to extract a JSON path to get this first and last names. Okay. So if you see this is results parent, and this is another parent gender, and then name is your child, right? Under name child, first and last is required for us. Okay. So extract let's extract some JSON elements from the response. Okay, how can we do that? Add step manually, extract multiple, okay, extract, what's happening? So multiple JSON, so JSON, yeah, extract multiple JSON paths. Okay, select this. And now what is your JSON file, input file, which is the previous response whatever we got, right? We already stored in one parameter, which is random user, right? This is the parameter I would like to select. Okay, that is my input. And what is the JSON path that you need? The JSON paths that I need is $dot name dot first. The other JSON path is dot name dot last, right? This is what we need. Okay, I'm taking the first and last names, and now these first and last names, I would like to store these JSON elements, right, into a parameter. How? So now if you see path result, whatever the JSON path result, first one is this one. So the first one I would like to add into one parameter. Add first name. Save this and select it, and add the second name. The second JSON path I would like to add into second name. Add a parameter and then save this. And now I think select this second name. So I'm extracting the JSON paths and then storing them into parameters. That's it. Now save this. So it's actually it is executing. Okay. It takes the server response from this step, and then it's going to extract the elements. See, it already extracted the elements Carl and Mendoza, right? Now let's say, now I want to input these values here, correct? So let's just type here something. Let's type here, okay, and then let's type password also, and then click on login. See, as soon as you click on login, it is actually asking you to provide country and all these things. Okay, now let's pause the recording. So now here, let's go back to our first page. Okay, if you see here, I have entered the full name here. Okay, let me delete this. I need not to click. I have entered the full name, but here instead of entering my own name here, I want to enter the parameters that I have stored in my previous step, where here I'm extracting these two values, I'm storing into first name and last name, right? I want to use that here. Okay, let's use the parameters. Use parameter first, and then space use parameter second name. Okay, so that's what I want to input. Save step, and then click on okay. So I need not to click on enter password. I need not to have a scroll window button. Now type the password. That's it, right? So now let's run this test and see what happens here. Okay, Let's run the test and see what's going to happen. So it's extracted, it is getting the random user response. It is extracting first name and last name. So if you see here, it entered the first name as, I think, let's do one thing here. Okay, let's add a pause here. Okay, so that we can see what's wrong is going on here. Okay, I want to pause for 6 seconds. Save the step, and now let's run this again. See, it is entering this braces and okay, so I understand. If you see here, we entered the first name and last name like this, which is wrong. I don't want these open braces, right? Quotations and close braces, right? So that means we cannot pass the extracted JSON path as it is. But what we need to do, we need to use some regular expressions to remove these numbers. So for that, what we need to do, add a step. Okay, use regular expression, replace substrings with regular expressions. Okay, so here, what is the source string that you want to use? Okay, the source string is, okay, this is my first source, which is first name. What is my regular expression? I don't want to have this one, right? So regular expression, remove this, and regular expression, remove close braces, and regular expression, remove quotations. That's it. Okay, from the first name, and replace this with what? I want to replace this with blank, right? Save the step. I want to duplicate. So, okay, let me bring this here. Okay, because before you type, you have to convert it, right? Before you type the first name, you have to convert the first name. And let's duplicate this. And here, instead of first name, this time I want to remove the unnecessary characters from second name, which is last name. Okay, and this is my last name. The regular expression will be same, close, open, and replace with blank, right? And save this step. Now let's execute what happens. Okay, let's see. So I can directly execute from here. I want to make sure that if regular expression works correctly or not. Okay, just execute this. If you see here, I got this. Now if I execute this, it should remove the, if you see here, what is my output? So this is my resulting output. If you see, it took off all the unnecessary characters, right? So now let's run this and see what happens. Okay, let's run. Oh, it's entered the same thing. Okay, let's, I think something is wrong. Okay, let me see what is happening here. Result is this. Okay, I get, okay, understood. So now basically we have to replace. See, earlier actually we are storing into first name and last name here, right? But once we remove the characters, you have to again store this. You have to override it. Okay, I want to store the whatever the output I am getting from these steps, have to store it into one of the parameter. So what I will do, I will, the result of this regular expression, I'm going to store it into same parameter, which is first name, which overrides the previous value. Okay, save this. In the same way, here also, the second name also, the last name also, the output of this one I would like to store into second name parameter. I want to override with the latest value, right? That's it. Now let's run this again. Now it should actually type the correct first name and last name. Run this.
Yep, it's correctly entered. If you see here, this is my first name and this is my last name, right? So hope you understand, right? So we can get how can we combine your API tests with your UI tests, right? So how can you extract some of the elements from your API response and how can you use them in your web UI automation? Okay, so it's very important concept, guys. So if you have any questions, please provide your comments in the comment box. I'll try to reply for your queries. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Hope you all understand the today's concepts. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. As you all know, I have published around 9 lessons on test project automation tool. So I've covered a lot of concepts like web UI automation, end-to-end flow, and then API automation, end-to-end flow, and how can you combine API automation and web UI automation together. So all these concepts, okay. So you can visit those videos, okay, which will be very helpful for you guys, okay. And so this is our lesson 10 where I'll be covering the concept of artificial intelligence. So everyone and every tool these days talks about artificial intelligence. Okay. So now I'm going to show you a demo how this artificial powered self-healing technology works with test project automation tool while automating our test cases. I'm going to show you a real-time example where this artificial powered self-healing technology can handle at different scenarios while automating and while running the automated scripts by using test project automation tool. Okay, so let's basically please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Now let's jump onto the system and see how does this AI powered self-healing technology works with test project. Okay, so if you see, first of all, what is this AI powered self-healing? The self-healing is a process that can locate elements on the application when the primary locator fails to identify the objects. That means if whenever you automate your application, and let's assume you are executing your automation test scripts in the new build. So then what if one of the object primary locator has been changed? So then artificial intelligence comes into picture. The tool should be able to manage the failure of the locator changes and it should heal itself by identifying the object. Okay, so that's what the test project has, that capability. It is a artificial intelligence powered. Even though the primary locator is failed, it can identify the objects. How? I'm going to show you with example. Okay, and also it can handle dynamic elements. Basically how it is helpful, this artificial intelligence powered self healing, how it is helpful? It is helpful, it can handle dynamic elements that change every day. Because let's say you have a one object, which object locator changes dynamically every day. So such scenarios can be handled with artificial AI powered, with AI. Okay, and also you can handle the backend changes in the element locators as I explained you, right? If you see example here, there is a username object. Okay, This is one element on your web UI. Let's assume I'm using a locator called ID for the username. When I'm automating this application, the locator ID is UN1234. Let's assume once I automated, I got a new build with some changes. Okay. And now when I'm running the scripts, let's assume the username primary locator ID got changed from 1234 to 5678. Then what happens? Your script fails 100%. But because of this artificial intelligence, test project tool can handle these type of scenarios, and also it can identify the object even though the locator has been changed, and hence the maintenance of automation tests becomes very easy, and it saves lot of time for us. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and let me show you practically step by step how this artificial intelligence works with test project automation tool. Okay, so let's jump onto the system. So now let me automate a simple login functionality and show you how does this artificial intelligence works with test project. Okay, so for this I'm going to take the same HRM portal that we are working from past couple of lessons. Okay, so for that let's click on new test and take web as a new test, web test, right? Click on next and then name this test as AI tests. Okay, and click on next and then select the same HRM application that we are using from earlier. Okay, click next and then select recording and start recording. So as soon as you start recording, it opens the application that you would like to automate, right? So, and also it's gonna open the wizard where you can add the validations, right? So if you see here, it opened the application. So don't mind the language of the application. If you see it's not in English, that's okay for us. uh, so now let me just log into the application. Admin, it is recording all our steps. Okay, and then click on connection. So as soon as you click on connect, it's done, right? So now let's pass this. Okay, so let me log out from here. Okay, so now because I need not to click on each and every edit box, so that's why I'm just removing the click options here. I'm just removing the click, right? So basically navigate to this URL, type username, type password, click on button. So that's our, let's execute this again. Let's run this test and see. Admin, entered the password, click done, that's it. So now let's do one thing now. Okay, what if the property, so what property of this particular username is changed? Let's assume what is the username property that it has taken. Let's click here. The username, it says text username. Okay, so what if the property of this text username is changed? What happens? We have to see, right? For that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the property of this username to, let's say, username 123. Okay, and then let me save this element. Okay, so that means your property of your username has been changed. Okay, let's assume your actual property is txt username, but in the latest build, let's say your old property is txt username 123. Okay, if you see your old property is txt 123, but in your new build they have removed 123 from username. So that's why we have changed the name here. Okay, so now let's execute and see how does this test project handles this scenario. Okay, let's run this. If you observe closely, it says navigated to this application. If you see here, type admin, it's not able to. Element in step 2 is missing and does not match. So don't worry. Test project AI is looking for another path forward. So basically now it is applying artificial intelligence. So now it's able to identify and it's completed. If you see, it's giving one, once the test is completed, it is telling you because the current username locator is this, but the artificial intelligence got another css locator which is called name equal to. So basically instead of one css locator, it actually taken another css locator, right? So it is asking to confirm if this is fine to you. Okay, so you can just click on confirm. So as soon as you click on confirm, if you see my first step is passed, my second step it shows the AI has been implemented. So whenever you see the heart symbol, that means this step has been self-healed. Okay, this is passed, but this one is self-healed by artificial intelligence and executed. If you go to the details, it says the actual, it was actually searching for this and this has been self-healed, right? The original locator was this, but this has been self-healed. Okay, right? What if, okay, let's say, um, so let's assume if this, again let's assume this locator also changed, this locator also changed, let's say 456, this locator has been changed now. Save this and go back here. Let's execute, let's run the test again. What happens? See, we'll see. Oh sorry, I think, okay, it's gonna fail I think. So let me close this. Sorry, what we did actually, we haven't. Okay, let me run this again. Okay, let me run this again. Okay, I'm just clicking on recorder to open the browser. Okay, and then I'm gonna run. So earlier what we did actually, we haven't gone back to the, we haven't gone back to our login page. Okay, so just start recording. It opens the portal. Okay, so what we did actually, we have changed the locator again. The alternative locator, whatever test project has identified, we have changed that as well again. And see now what happens. Let's run this. First step successful. So now if you see again, it is actually missing. It is not able to, it is not able to identify the object. So now again it's gonna find the alternative path by using AI, artificial intelligence. If you see, it's self-healed successfully, right? If you see here, now XPath, it is taking the XPath instead of CSS selector now, right? It took the other one also. So let's confirm this. If you see here again, it is self-healed, right? So now let me take another example where artificial intelligence works very well. Let me take another scenario. So this time I would like to take the website TestProject.io, okay, and show you how does this artificial intelligence works. Okay, so if you see here, okay, let me do one thing. Let me close the previous test and start a new test. Okay, so let's click on new test, select web, and name this as TestProject.io. Okay, TestProject.io. Click on next. let me copy this URL and then add a new URL, testproject.io, and then add the URL, click done. Now the URL whatever we added has been selected. Okay, click on next and then record the session. Okay, so as soon as you click on record, it's going to open the testproject.io website and also the editor. Okay, so here is our website. So now I would like to show another scenario where test project uses its artificial intelligence self-healing technology to identify the object. Okay, if you see here, when if we have one performance, if you see here platform, the platform, so as soon as, okay, let me close this. Okay, let me close this window. So as soon as you hover on platform, I'm not clicking on this platform, right? I'm just hovering on this platform and then I'm just clicking on AI tools that works for you. Okay, as soon as you click on that, your step has been the previous one. Let me just close this one because we just closed the pop-up whatever we received, right? So what I did is I just recorded the step where I hover on this, I clicked on AI tool. So if you see, it recorded only the click, it never recorded the hover functionality, right? I'm hovering the on platform, that step is not recorded, but we clicked on this, it's recorded this. Now let's run this test and see what happens, because when it opens the URL and then trying to click on this hover object, right, it will not be able to find. But still artificial intelligence will help test project to identify the object. Okay, let me run this. Okay, when I run this, it opened this. If you see, it's not able to. If the step 2 is missing and does not match define locator, don't worry. Now AI is looking for another path forward. So it automatically identifies the sub menu. See, it hovered the on the element and it automatically clicked on this. So that means it self-healed and it is able to identify the object which is not displaying by hovering on the platform, right? So this is the way the artificial intelligence works in test project. So this is the way the test project handles the locator changes, dynamic changes very well by using artificial intelligence. Hope you all understand the concept. If you have any questions, please leave your comments in the comment box. I'll try to reply to your queries. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 11 on test project automation tool concepts. As you all know, I have already published 10 YouTube videos covering different topics like web UI automation, mobile automation, and artificial intelligence within the test project, and parallel testing, cross browser testing, cross platform testing, and all other concepts related to automation. So in this lesson, I'm going to concentrate on the reusable test scripts. How can we build reusable test scripts, or how can we build reusable tests in test project, and how can we use tests multiple times. Basically, how can you reuse the tests in test project while automating different test cases? Okay, so I'm gonna tell you with a proper example so that you will understand this particular concept. Okay, so please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so why do we need reusable scripts? I think so. You all know whenever you automate any given application, right? So you might have a reusable test steps that you will be performing for multiple test case automation. For example, let's say you have a login functionality. So once you log in, so let's assume you need to verify the registration functionality. And then once you log in, another test case, you might need to validate, update user details, right? And in another test case, you want to automate a functionality of validating the home page. And probably in another test case, you want to automate a registration process, right? So for all these test cases to automate, the login is a reusable function. That means you have to perform login for every test case, and also logout. Logout also is a reusable function that you will be performing for most of the test cases. So, and hence we need to create a reusable test that you can reuse in multiple test scripts. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we create reusable tests, and then how can we reuse the tests in multiple test cases by using TestProject. Okay, so I have logged into my testproject.io, and let's create a new test. Okay, so let me create a new test. Let's select web and then click on next. Name this as login review test. Click next, and I have already added my application, which is free test project, which is actually the application which has been provided by test project team. Okay, it's a free application. Okay, so how to add these applications? So I already explained you in my previous videos. I would suggest you guys to visit my previous videos before you watch this session. Okay, select that and then click on next. So now click on record and then start recording. So as soon as you click on start recording, it opens the application in the new window. Okay, opening a recorder in a new window. So if you see here, this is the new application that has been opened in a new window. Okay, so this application is a sample application provided by TestProject. Okay, so let me record the login functionality. Okay, so if you see here the navigate to URL. Okay, now let's enter my name and then enter the password, right? And then click on login. That's it. So once I click on login, that's what I want to record. Okay, and now let's close the browser. So my login test is ready for me. So let me open this. I want to delete a click also. Wherever I scroll down, right, it recorded. I don't want to scroll down. I don't need to scroll down and click text box and then type Ravikant. So I need not to click on the text box, but I can directly type. In the same way, I need not to click password. I can directly enter the password, right? Save and exit. So let's execute this once and see if it works. Next, run. So it's going to open the application and then it's going to perform login. Okay. Yeah, it's opened the browser, and then it's going to enter the name and password. That's it. So it's done. So the test is passed. Okay, so now let me create another new test. Okay, so let's create another new test by using the same application. Now just name this as test registration test. Click next and select the same application that we have used earlier and click on next. Click on record and start recording. So let me record from the beginning. Okay, so now it's going to open your application. Okay, so now let me, okay, let's the Explorer get open the UI. Okay, it's still processing. Okay, so now let's enter the username, enter the password, and then click on login. Now let's select the country. Okay, let's select the country as India and provide some address 1234. Provide the email and provide the phone number and save this. So it's saved. Okay, I want to validate whether it is saved or not. Okay, for that double shift, validate, contains text. Okay, so done. So now our recording is done, right? Close it. So I performed registration test. So let's open this and let me remove unnecessary steps. Click on the password I just want to remove. Then scroll down, I just want to remove. Click login button. Select IN. Okay. Click country. Enter address. I don't want to do. So basically I'm just removing the click functions where I'm typing. Okay. Okay. So now let's save and close. So because in registration process, I don't want to perform login again, right? So that's why I want to remove let me remove my login process. Whatever the steps I perform, the URL, opening the URL, typing the username, typing the password, clicking on the button. So I don't want to have these steps again in the registration, right? So for that I want to delete it. So delete these steps. I'm deleting the steps and save and exit. So now this is the test. So now this is the test to perform only registration test. Okay, so and this one is to perform only login, right? So now let me do one thing. Let's open this login reusable test, right? Sorry, let me open my registration test. Okay, so to perform registration, if I want to automate this registration step, first I need to have a login, correct? For that, what I'm going to do in this registration test, I'm going to call the reusable test that I have created, which is a login reusable test. Okay, for that, add test as a step. This is adding a step manually. This is add test as a step. When you click on add test as a step, if you see, you already have a login reusable test. So that we automated login functionality, right? Select this. If you want to use the one parameter, which is URL, right? I want to use that. Yes, and save this step. Done. So if you see, the login step is here. Now I want to put this login step at the beginning, right? That means login test. Okay, save and exit. If we again let me open the test again, registration test. If you see, first I'm calling a reusable test here, which is login reusable test, and then I'm performing registration. Okay, so let me do one thing, save and exit. Now let's run this test once, okay, and see how it works. Okay, so when I run this step, first it should perform login by using reusable test that we created, right? Click on run. So and see, first it's going to perform login test. Okay, so now it's opens the web browser. It should open the web browser, and then it should open the URL. Yep, see, it's performing login by using reusable test, and then immediately it's performing registration functionality, right? And save it. Done. So now let me create another test. Okay, let me create another test. So instead of creating another test, okay, let me create a new test. Okay, so go to web, next logout reusable, next, and then free test project, next, record, start recording. So it's going to open your URL. So I'm going to record again, enter test. Okay, so you need not to record entire test actually. See, you have to just open, let me tell you. So let me just do it first. Okay, and then I'll tell you what is the alternative method to automate a small pieces. Okay, and this is ready. So let me again log in, right, and then log in, and then enter test email, and then phone number, and then save this. So now I want to log out. Okay, so just click on log out. Okay, so done. So let me close this. So now this is log out reusable test. Open this test. Now I want to keep only one step, which is log out step. Okay, see, just I want to delete all these. Okay, steps. You just hold the shift key and then delete. Click on delete and confirm the delete. So now I have only log out functionality here. Okay, save and exit. So let me open my previous registration test. Okay, so if you see, we already called one login functionality, and then you're saving it. After saving your registration, I want to log out from the application. For that, again, I want to add a test as a step. Add, and here I want to use a reusable test called logout reusable test. Use this one parameter, have it, save the step. Okay, so here if you see, I have a logout. So if you want to see this step, you can just click on this. Sorry, you can just click on this edit button. So you can see this is your logout step, right? So now let's go back to again our registration test case. Okay, so this is your registration test. One test I'm calling, another test I'm calling. So whenever you are calling a test, there will be a notation called test within the square bracket. If there is no notation called test, that means it's a step. This is a test, reusable test. This is another reusable test for logout. Okay, save and exit. Now let's execute this again now. So now it should perform login, right? So when I execute this, first it should perform login, and then it should perform your registration, and then it should perform logout. Okay, so in this test case, I'm using two reusable scripts. One is login reusable script, another one is logout reusable script. Okay, so now it should open your browser. It opened the browser. and it enters the URL. Now it performs login and it should save the registration. You should complete the registration and save the registration and then log out. So you need to log out. See, it's logged out, right? It's clicked log out also. So that means our all the steps got passed out. Okay, let's go to reports and see how it shows the reports. Okay, the report shows here. If you see, this is your reusable step test. Sorry, this is your reusable test called login reusable test. If you see here, it shows multiple nested, has nested tests. If I click on this nested test, it's going to show you what are all the steps that has. Okay, if you see here, login reusable test has 4 steps. You can expand these 4 steps. Within the login, I have these many steps. Again, go back. Now, here, and then we are performing registration. Everything is successful. And then, if you see, everything is passed. All are green color, right? And then, it is actually calling another reusable test. If you see here again, it is showing nested test. If you click here, so you have only one step within the nested test, which is log out. Again, go back. So that means if you see here, even though you are calling a reusable test, in the report, you can see specifically the steps which are related to reusable test also. And then you can expand and see in detail what happened for each step of your reusable test, right? It's really great option. Nice reporting format provided by TestProject, right? Hope you all understand how to create reusable tests or reusable scripts in TestProject, and then how can you reuse them whenever you automate multiple test cases wherever it is required. Okay, so if you have any questions, you can provide your comments in the comment box so that I can provide you the clarifications. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 12 on TestProject automation tool concepts. So in this lesson, I'm gonna concentrate on how can we use adaptive wait, explicit wait, and visible elements operations while automating your test cases by using TestProject. So as you all know, I have already published around 11 lessons on test projects covering all the basic concepts and also little advanced concepts. I would suggest you guys to visit those videos before you watch this session. I'm going to explain you the difference between adaptive wait, explicit wait, and visible elements operations, and also I'm going to show you how can we use these parameters in TestProject while automating your test cases and how useful are these. Okay, please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so what is our agenda item? So here I'm going to explain adaptive wait, explicit wait, visible elements operations. So what do you mean by adaptive wait? So adaptive wait means, let's assume, so any software which builds that requires a client and also the server, right? So in sometimes service versus service. So by using applications, whenever you perform some action, let's say login action, so you provided your username and you provided your password and clicked on login. So once you click on login, you will be landing onto home page. But to load the home page and to load the elements in the home page, it will take some time for you to response, to get the response from server, right? So let's say if you requested a service also, let's assume you requested a REST service, so it will take some time for you to get a response, right, for any action. So because there is a delay between client versus server, so you would need adaptive wait. If you know how much delay, let's assume by experience you got to know that okay, most of the elements are getting loaded, or most of the requests and responses, it's taking around 10 seconds based on your application performance. But even though you know it is 10 seconds, but in some cases it might take more than that. Let's assume you have a HTML table or such results, it might take 20 seconds in some cases, right? So in that case you cannot assume that every response takes 10 seconds. No, sometimes it might go up to 20 seconds also. So that is why the adaptive wait comes into picture, right, where the application or the script, the test project will wait until the response has been received from the server. So as soon as you get the response, it goes to the next step. It will not wait for the defined time, or if you are defining 20 seconds, it need not to wait until 20 seconds, because it is an adaptive wait. As soon as the application is loaded and the corresponding elements are loaded, it moves on to the next step. So that's the advantage of adaptive wait. How can we use this by using TestProject? I'm going to tell you in a minute. Okay. And what is explicit wait? Explicit wait means, let's assume you got to know okay, your application is slow and then it is taking around 15 seconds to respond. So you can just specify 15 seconds. That means the script or test project will wait for 15 seconds hard coded value. I can say it's a hard coded value. It's gonna wait for 15 seconds and then only it's gonna proceed to the next step. Even though the element loaded, even though you got the response from the server, it's gonna wait for 15 seconds for sure. Even though you got the response within 10 seconds also, it's gonna wait for 15 seconds. So that is explicit wait. What about the other option? Visible elements operations. So that means, so as I told you in previous scenario, as soon as you click on login, once you provide username and password, you will be landing on home page. So you can define, okay, once this in the home page, once the welcome note, let's assume in the home page I'm actually validating welcome note. Once the welcome note element is visible, then you perform the validation. So as soon as the welcome note is visible, let's assume within 1 second, if you the welcome note, its server response is received within 1 second, right? Immediately it validates the welcome note. Let's assume the welcome note is not visible until 5 seconds. It's gonna wait until 5 seconds. And also, if the welcome note is not visible until 15 seconds, it's gonna wait for 15 seconds. Vice versa, it's going to wait for 25 seconds also. So that means the next step will be executed only if the element is visible. If you want to click on particular element, once it is visible, you can click. If you want to validate if the button is clickable or not, you can perform that. You can wait until that particular button is visible. So these are all the different options available in TestProject. So these different types are helpful for us to basically automate our test cases very effectively so that your performance of the scripts will be increased. Okay, so these are all really helpful in automating your application, like big applications and very critical applications and heavy applications. Okay, very important concepts, guys. So hope you all understand what I told you. Now let's jump onto the system and perform all these operations practically, step by step, and let me show you how can you set up all these parameters in test project while automating your test cases. Okay, so now this is my test project IO. I already logged into my session. Okay, so now let's discuss how can we use this adaptive wait in test project, and also how can we use explicit wait in test project. So I have already explained you what is the difference between adaptive wait and explicit wait. Okay, so let me show you practically now. So if you remember, we already automated one HRM portal, orange at HRM portal login functionality, right? So let me open this login functionality. Okay, let me just click on record so that it opens the website, and I can show you one scenario where we can use the adaptive wait. Okay, so it's opening the website, and now it also opens the explorer. Okay, okay, so let's run this login functionality until here. Okay, until we click on login. Okay, I want to run until here. Okay, for that click on more options, run until here. So what it will do, it enters the username, it enters the password, it logs in to the user's profile. Okay, so once I log in, what I'm doing here, I am validating whether I'm logged in successfully or not by seeing this welcome note, welcome user, right? So this, if this welcome user exists, then the test should be passed. Okay, so whenever I click on login, so there is a chance that this page might have load a bit delayed. So it's all depends upon your client versus server response. Okay, so this is my client. Whenever I click on login, the data stores into your database, and then server responds to your action. So if the server response is slow, right, then what happens, this page will load very slowly and your welcome note will be delayed, right? For that, what we can do here, okay, so basically you can set an adaptive wait to validate this text here. Okay, how? So let me, this is my step where I am validating whether I have a welcome text or not, right? So click on this step and then scroll down, and you need to expand your advanced options. Okay, so once you expand advanced options, so if you scroll down, there is an option called adaptive wait. Okay, so you need to enable this. So as soon as you enable, so if you see, it by default showing me run normal. That means this adaptive wait is up, is being applied for 15 seconds. 15,000 milliseconds means 15 seconds. Okay, if I want to increase it for further, which is patient, that means it waits until 25,000 milliseconds or 25 seconds. If I go for very patient, it goes up to 35 seconds. If I want to customize this and put it as 50,000 seconds, that means 50 seconds, then I can do that also. Okay, so what do you mean by normal? What do you mean by adaptive wait 15,000 milliseconds? That means at this step, it's gonna apply your adaptive wait until 15 seconds. But within 15 seconds, if this element loads, let's assume this element loaded within 5 seconds, then it's going to move on to the next step. It's not going to wait until 15 seconds. Whenever the page is loaded and the corresponding elements loaded properly, within 5 seconds, within 15 seconds, it's going to go to the next step. It will not wait until 15 seconds, but it can wait until maximum 15 seconds. So this maximum value what you want to set, that depends upon your application performance, right? If you want to set maximum 20 seconds, then you can do that. So if you apply 20 seconds, it waits until 20 seconds. But before that itself, if elements loads, it automatically goes to the next step. It will not wait until 20 seconds, right? So that's the use of your adaptive wait. So you can mention your custom value, or you can set the existing normal patient or very patient values. Okay, that's the adaptive wait. Okay, so let's assume I want to put 15 seconds adaptive wait. Okay, what do you mean by explicit wait? So let's assume I want to put explicit wait before this validation point. So what I can do is I can add a new step here, and then I can call an action called pass, right? Select the pass. I want to wait until 20,000 seconds. For example, 20 seconds. 20,000 milliseconds, which is 20 seconds, or 15 seconds. Okay, I want to wait until 15 seconds and save the step and bring this step before this welcome validation. So what it will do, once you click on submit, this pass explicit wait, what it's gonna do, it's gonna wait for 15 seconds period, whether element loads or not. Even though element loads, it has to wait 15 seconds to validate this welcome note. So as soon as within 5 seconds, if this elements appears, it's not going to move to the next step. It will wait. This is a hard coded 15 seconds. Okay, so you understand the difference, right? Here we are hard coding the 15 seconds wait, but here we are applying the adaptive wait for 15 seconds, but whenever the element loads, it automatically goes to the next step. So that's the advantage of the adaptive waits. Okay, and also there is a concept called until element visible. Okay, so you can find these in if you go to test project, right? If you go to test project IO, okay, if you go to test project, and then once you go to add-ons, okay, there is a service called visible. Okay, so you will find a service, add-on called visible elements operations. That means this will support all the operations like actions like if visible. Basically whenever the element is visible, right, you can click on that visible element. Whenever the element is visible, you can validate the text. Whenever the element is visible, you can get the text. Whenever element is visible, is it clickable or not? Basically here in our previous example, as soon as this welcome poll is visible, then only it's gonna validate the step. This validation will be performed as soon as this element visible. Let's assume this element is visible in 1 second, then immediately it's going to validate. Let's assume if this element is visible until 5 seconds, then it's going to wait for 5 seconds. If it is gonna visible until 20 seconds, it's gonna wait 10 to 20 seconds. So that's the way this particular add-on very much helpful for us to basically automate our test cases in a perfect manner. Okay, so these are all the different options available in test project. So based on the demand, based on your needs, you can use any kind of wait functionalities or adaptive wait functionalities, pause functionalities, or visible functionalities. Okay, hope you all understand the concept very well, which is really helpful in automating your scripts and increasing the performance of your scripts. Okay, if you have any questions, please provide your comments in the comment box. I'm gonna reply to your comments, and please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 13 on test project automation concepts. So in this lesson, I'm going to cover very important concept of continuous integration. So as you all know, in the market, we have lot of tools for the continuous integration. Tools like Jenkins, Azure DevOps, GitHub, all these tools we have in the market. So in this lesson, I'm gonna cover the popular tool, free popular tool, Jenkins continuous integration tool. Okay. So how can we integrate Jenkins with the test project, and then how can we create pipelines in Jenkins, and then how can you trigger the pipelines from the Jenkins so that you can run the test cases and jobs which are created in the test project. So I have already published 12 lessons on test project automation concepts. All the very important concepts of basic automation of web UI, APIs, and then mobile, all these concepts, very important concepts I have covered. So I would suggest you guys to visit those videos before you proceed with this particular session. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. So now, so what are all the different steps that we need to perform to install the Jenkins? First step is, to integrate Jenkins with the test project. Okay. Our first step is, first of all, you need to install the Jenkins. So that also I'm going to show you in this session. How can we install Jenkins with a very easy procedure? Okay. So I'm going to give you the best method to install Jenkins without any issues. Okay. And also I'm going to tell you how can you install test project Jenkins plugin. And then we are going to create a test project API key, and then we need to configure test project Jenkins plugin in Jenkins, and then we need to create a Jenkins job, and then we need to add a project ID and job ID of your test project in the Jenkins job, and then we will be running the job, and then we are going to validate the test results. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform all these steps in sequence practically by using test project and Jenkins. Okay, so now let me show you step by step on my computer how can we install the Jenkins and how can we configure the Jenkins. Okay, so for that, first you need to search Jenkins war file download. Okay, go to Google and search with Jenkins war file download, and then you can click on the first official Jenkins website download page. And here if you see, we have two different versions. When I'm recording this session, so I have a 2.319.3 LTS version, another one is 2.336 version. So I'll go with the LTS version. Okay, so here I'm trying to install my war file because it's very easy for us to install the war file. Okay, so I would like to go with a generic Java package. Okay, just click on this. As soon as you click on generic Java package, so it's going to ask you to save this war file. Okay, I would like to save this war file in the default downloads folder. Click on save. So as soon as you click on save, the war file will be downloaded. So, and then let's go to this war file location. Okay, and here I would like to initiate a CMD command prompt. Okay, so I'm initiating the command prompt at the location where I have this jenkins.war file. Okay, so first of all, so the prerequisite is we need to have a Java installed in your system. Yeah, now I can see I have a Java version. Okay, so let me just go back to the downloaded where we have this jenkins.var. Okay, Java hyphen version. Okay, so I have Java version. So now let's, as we already installed my var file, so all you need to do is java hyphen jar and drag and drop your val file here, or you can specify the path. Okay, and then click on enter. So as soon as you click on enter, it will start installing your Jenkins. Okay, so it will take couple of minutes, a couple of seconds to complete installation. So the main thing is, so when you are installing your Jenkins, first it generates a temporary password. It generates a temporary password. You need to use the temporary password to unlock your Jenkins. So if you see here, please use the following password to proceed to installation. So this is mandatory, and this password either you can copy from here, or you can go to this location and copy from there. Okay, if I copy here, if I go to that location, right? So let me go to that location. I copied the path. So you can see here in this location, you will see. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, secrets, in secrets, if you see, this is your initial password. You can just open this with the notepad. Okay, so let me open with, select notepad. So this is the password. Okay, you can copy this password, right? And then this is required for us to set up the Jenkins. Okay, so remember that. So now let's go back to localhost. So let me initiate local host colon 8080. So as soon as you enter the local host, it's going to open the Jenkins portal. Okay, and it will ask you to set up your Jenkins by using the initial password. If see, I have to provide the administrator password which is generated by Jenkins. Okay, during the installation. So just paste that. So let me copy this again. Copy this and paste it here, and then continue. Click on continue. So this is your initial password to set up your Jenkins. So as soon as you log in, land onto Jenkins, it will ask you to install your suggested plugins. So it's recommended for you to install the suggested plugins for Jenkins. Okay, just click on this. So as soon as you click on this, so it's going to install all the recommended plugins by Jenkins. Okay, which is very important for the basic pipelines, the basic repositories, right? So if you see here, pipeline, Git, LDAP, and build timeout, Gradle. So basically, it's going to install all the basic plugins that are required for the continuous integration. Okay, so it takes some time. So once you install all the plugins, now it will navigate you to the password setup. Basically, you can create your username and then you can create your password, so that going forward you can use the username and password that is defined by you. Okay, so it's almost finishing off. Okay, so it's almost finished. So it's going to redirect you to the other screen. Okay, and now you need to define your username. So let me define my username as admin and my password, and then what is my name. Okay, and then set up your email address and save and continue. Okay, so never. And then I want to keep the same URL. I don't want to change any URL. So to log in your Jenkins, you have to use this URL. Okay, and save and finish. And then you can click on Start Jenkins. So as soon as you click on Start Jenkins, now it will ask, you're going to log into your Jenkins portal, right? If you see, our installation is done. Our Jenkins installation is done. So hope you all understand how to install our Jenkins. Okay, so once we install Jenkins, what is our first step? Our first step is install TestProject Jenkins plugin. So let's go back to your Jenkins and then go to manage Jenkins. Once you go to manage Jenkins, you need to click on manage plugins, and here you just type test project. Okay, you need to install your test project plugins. Let's go back here, test project. So if you see, you can find test project automation platform. So you can just click on this and install without restart. Okay, okay, sorry, install now and download now and install after restart. Okay, install without restart, and then it's going to install your test project plugin. So all the installation is successful now. Okay, go back to the top of the page. Now what is our next step? We installed our test project plugin, and then you need to create a test project API key. Okay, so for that you need to go back to your test project site. Okay, and then here go to integrations and then go to API. Here you need to add a new API key. How? Create API key, name this as Jenkins API, click on next, and then if you want to provide the Jenkins access for the particular project, you can select the project name here, or if you want to provide Jenkins access for every project, you can just click on unrestricted and then click on finish. So as soon as you're done, so this Jenkins API key will be added here. So you need to copy this Jenkins API to configure your test project in the Jenkins. Okay, I'm copying this Jenkins API, and let's go back to Jenkins, and now let's go to manage Jenkins, and now click on configure system. Okay, so once you click on configure system, so here as we have already installed test project a plugin, now you should see a separate section for test project. Okay, so if you go here and scroll down, if you see here, you have a test project global configuration section here. Here you need to provide the API key here. Okay, and then save this. So that means I'm actually integrating my Jenkins API key, sorry, my test project API key to the Jenkins, right? So that is done. So we have configured test project Jenkins plugin, and now create Jenkins job. Okay, let's go back here and then go to new item, name this as test project first test. Okay, select freestyle project, click on OK. So as soon as you click on OK, you can directly go to build triggers. Sorry, a build. You need to select a build here. Okay, what is the build? I would like to use my run test project job here. Okay, select that, and here if you see, as we have already added the Jenkins plugin, it should retrieve all the existing projects. If you see, let's go back to my test project. Let's go back to project. If you see, I have all the projects, all these projects, API testing, HRM project, mobile test project, right? It is going to show you all those projects here, right? And let's assume I would like to select the HRM project. Okay, under HRM project I would like to run the job ID called HRM test job. Okay, so this job I would like to run. Okay, which runs one test in two browsers. HRM login test perform in two browsers. Okay, so what is the project name? HRM project. You need to select HRM project. This is one way, because it's a very latest Jenkins version. It's actually showing your projects, but otherwise we sometimes what we need to do is you have to basically go to project. You need to copy this id, project id. So if you see the project id, let me compare the project id here. Okay, this is your project id. If you go here, see, it is showing the project id here. It's actually showing the project id, right? If the projects are not showing here, you can directly copy and paste the project id. And what is my job within this project? My job is HRM test job. It's not HRM test virtual machine. It's not parallel test. It's not parallel test virtual machine. Okay, it's HRM test job. As soon as you select the corresponding job, so the project, it's going to show you all the corresponding jobs here. HRM test job. So this is my job which I would like to run. Okay, and what is your agent? So my agent is my Windows agent, right? If you go to your Jenkins and go to agents, so my agent is this one. This is my virtual machine agent. This is my main machine agent. So I'm going to select that agent here. Okay, and wait to finish 30 seconds. So I want to specify this as 0 because I don't want to wait for 30 seconds basically. Or you can specify this, probably I can make it as 60 seconds. Okay, I'm specifying to wait for the 60 seconds to finish the job. Okay, or let me make it as 120. Okay, and then save this. So once you save this, now let me create a build. Okay, so click on build. So as soon as you click on build, it's gonna kickstart our job, test project job from Jenkins. Okay, so this job is going to start. If you see here, it's already started job. See, HRM test job, it's already started. I have initiated this job from Jenkins, not from test project. I have initiated from the Jenkins. See, the build is still running, right? So yes, it started the job. It's already opened your browser and it's logged in. So I think test is going to fail because the username and password is not correct. So basically it started our job here. Okay, wait until the job is finished because it's going to open in another browser as well. Okay, because the test is failed, it takes some time to complete the job. Okay, so okay, so your job is still going on. Show monitor. If you see, my first Chrome browser is opened and then it is validating, done. That is failed. Now another test it is opening. So it opens the URL. I typed username and password because that job has multiple test cases. Okay, so for now let me just cancel this job. Okay, because the main aim of this session is to perform continuous integration from Jenkins. Okay, so we have stopped. Now if you go to your reports, right, go to reports and see your latest report here. If you see the latest report, 24th February, right? If you see here, what is this? Executed by Jenkins build 1, right? And what is the duration? So basically, whenever you trigger your pipeline from the Jenkins, you can see all the reports in your test projects itself. Okay, so to understand this process of test project, how to set up the jobs and how can you set up the tests, I would suggest you guys to visit my previous 12 videos. You can easily understand all these concepts very easily. Okay, so we have completed creation of the Jenkins, adding project and job IDs to the Jenkins, and then we have run the job, and then we have validated the test results. Okay, so this is how we can create a continuous integration with a test project by using Jenkins pipelines. Okay, so if you have any questions, please do provide your comments in the comment box so that I can answer to your queries. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 14 on test project automation tool concepts. So in this lesson, I'm going to concentrate on the concepts of GitHub integration. So I'm going to teach you how can we integrate GitHub with test project, and then how can you maintain the version control of your project artifacts. Okay, so please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Before you watch this session, I would suggest you guys to visit my previous 13 YouTube videos, all these 13 lessons, so that you can understand more on lesson 14 concepts. Thank you. So, how can we perform GitHub integration, Git or GitHub integration with test project? So it's really very simple. We need to perform 3 steps to integrate our test project with a GitHub. So before I explain that, why do we need GitHub? Why do we need to integrate GitHub with test project? Because the test project does not have the version controlling. That means if multiple team members working on the same project, so then the code changes whatever you perform, or whatever the automation progress happens with the multiple team members. So the version control is not available in test project. Let's assume the team member A started working on this project. He automated some of the test cases, and let's say the team member B made some changes to the same test cases whatever he automated, and the script got corrupted. So now you cannot roll back the automation to the previous state, because this does not have version controlling. So, and hence, for the easy maintenance, for the version controlling, we need to integrate your test project automation tool with Git. Okay, so what are all the steps that we need to perform? First, we need to enable Git integration in test project. How should we perform? I'm going to show you. And then we need to create a personal access token from GitHub, so that you can use that personal access token while integrating with the test project. So how can you create a personal access token in GitHub? I'm going to show you. Okay, I'm going to show you creating personal access token, and then using that personal access token while integrating Git with test project. Okay, and then you will be providing access to the required project within the test project. If you want to provide access for all the projects within the test project, you can provide, but if you want to provide access to the specific project, you can provide this to the specific project as well. Okay, so let me now without delay, let me show you how can we perform all these actions with an example, okay, by using test project tool. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform all these actions, okay, by using test project and the GitHub. Okay, so this is my test project, okay, where I have one test case. I mean, I have created one project called HRM project. Okay, this is my project where we automated a lot of test cases in our previous sessions, out of which let's assume this is our free test where we have let me show you, where we have automated one test case where I'll be entering my username, I'll be entering the password, and then click on login, right? Okay, I'm entering the password and then just click on login and then just click on logout. Okay, so this is one test case that we already automated. Okay, and also we automated orange free HRM orange application as well. Okay, so for this session we are going to work on this free test project. Okay, so now, so as you know, first we need to integrate GitHub. Okay, for that let me just log into my GitHub. This is my GitHub, okay, where I have all these repositories. Okay, so all these repositories we already have. Okay, so now let me first, to integrate GitHub, first you need to enable your Git integration. Okay, for that you need to navigate to integrations. So as soon as you navigate to integrations, you can see a Git option here. Okay, click on Git under integrations, and if you see here Git integration, so you need to enable this GitHub integration. Click this. As soon as you enable, it will ask you to enter your organization name. Okay, so here I just want to provide, okay, let me provide test project something. I can provide my organization name or username. Because I'm using access key, I need not to provide username. Okay, so here I will specify as test project sample test, test project sample test. Okay, and the access key, so we need to create an access key. So for that let me go back to GitHub, and here you need to go to settings. Okay, from settings you need to go to your developer settings. Okay, here you can create personal access tokens. So why do you need personal access token? Because it is for the security purpose. You need to create a new personal access token and use this token to integrate with your other tools like test project. Okay, and here let's create a new GitHub. Okay, let me create a new personal access token. Here if you see here, if you click on personal access token, it will show you your previous personal access tokens. So I already created one personal access token for Catalan integration. So I'm also publishing the YouTube videos on Catalan as well. Okay, so now let me create another new token. Okay, create new token, just name this as test project token. Okay, and expiration date, no expiration date. Okay, and I want to enable for this repositories, and also I want to enable this for probably delete packages, and then I want to enable this for delete repos, and then also admin repo hooks. Okay, so this is what I want to allow. Okay, and then save this generate token. You have to create generate token. As soon as you create generate token, it creates one token. Okay, now you can copy this token and you can use this token here. Okay, so here I'll say test project login test. That's what we can do. Okay. So in here I'm providing the access token just now we generated, and then click on next button. And now it is asking you in test project, for which project do you want to provide the access. So for now I want to provide the access for all the projects. Currently we are working on this HRM project, right? You can provide access to only one project. Okay. Now I want to provide access to all the projects, GitHub integration, okay, for all the projects, and then click on save. So as soon as you click on save, okay, okay, incorrect site or key or organization. Okay, let me go back here again. Okay, let's again do one thing. Let me provide my username here instead of organization. Okay, okay, and then click next. Let me provide the access key. Oh, sorry, let me provide the org name as this. Okay, my username. Click next, all, save. So if you see now my GitHub integration has been enabled. So let me go back to project. So if you go back to project now, so if you see here, let's select this. If you see here, now you can see that the Git has been enabled. If you see here, the Git has been enabled, correct? So let me just refresh this again. I'm just refreshing the project, okay, test project. And here, if you see here, the Git symbol is there. That means my HRM project is now enabled the Git integration. Okay. So now what is this is our test, right? Let me open this test and let me just run this test. Before running this, let me show you one more thing. Okay. If you go back to this free test, now if I hover on this, you can see now show history. See, I can see the history here now, because as soon as you enable your Git integration, by default it's gonna commit the initial, it's gonna sync, it start the syncing process. So this is our first sync process here. Okay, couple of minutes, committed a minute ago. Okay, let's click OK. That's fine. So now let me do one quick change here. Okay, go to project. Let me just click on, okay, click on this. Right here I want to provide some comments here. Okay, Git integration. Okay, save this step and then save and exit. So if you see here, now if I go to my show history, it should show me two commits. So if you see here, I have made another commit here. Earlier initial syncing, this is my new commit. Okay, and then if I click on this commit branch, okay, if I click on this open GitHub, I can see that, see here, I can see there is a small change happened here, right? On so and so date. What is the change? See the comments, this is the comment I have provided, right? So it's showing with me the changes. Okay, let's go back here. If you see here, a new repository has been created automatically. If I go back to repositories, right, this HRM project private, this repository also created automatically. I have not created this repository. As soon as I enabled the integration, a new repository with the same project name has been created here, correct? So done. So now let me do one thing. Let me run this test here. Okay, so let me run this test by using Chrome. Okay, just observe while running what is the data it is entering. Okay, so it's going to start your Chrome browser, and then it's going to enter your username and the password. Okay, so now it's opened this one, and the username it is entering as Ravikant, right? And the password and login, logout. Now I want to change the username here. Let me do one thing. Let me change the username here. Okay, the username I want to change it as Chandrakant. Okay, instead of Ravikant, now I want to change it as Chandrakant. Okay, save the step and save and exit. Now let's go back to your show history. If you see the history, a new commit has been updated, right? Now I want to see what is the commit that made in the Git repository. Open this. If you see here, what is the time? So this is the time we made a commit, right? Modification date is changed. What is the change? So my initial value is Ravikant. Now the new value is Chandrakant, right? So now let's go back to the HRM project. Now the repository, whatever we see here, right? This is a new repository which is 36 seconds ago. What is the change we made? We made the change to this cross browser parallel test. If I open here, now I can see the keyword as Chandrakant instead of Ravikant, right? See, the value, input value is Chandrakant now. It's not Ravikant, right? So let's go back here again. So now let me click on OK. So when I run this test, now it should enter the username as Chandrakant. Okay, let me see now. So why I'm explaining this? Because now let's assume one of your team member changed the code and he made changes to the code in a such a way that the script stopped working. That means he made some mistake which is not valid. Okay, and the script stopped working. So let's assume, so now the script is working fine. Now I want to roll back. I want to run my previous version code. I want to run my previous version code where the username is entering as Ravikant, right? What should I do? So again, you need to go back to your show history. If you see here, this is my latest one where I have changed it to Chandrakant, but this is my previous one, right? So now what I can do is I can download this code. Click on download. As soon as you click on download, a YAML file will be downloaded. Let's download into let's make, yeah, you can just keep as it is. Okay, I just downloaded here and let me rename this. Okay, let me rename this. Instead of this longer name, I want to rename this as something like previous version. Okay, I'm going to rename that. Okay, so now I downloaded this. Now I want to run this. How? Open the command prompt and then navigate to downloads, right? And now here you need to drag and drop your YAML file here. So basically you will be providing the path of your YAML file. Either you can directly provide the path or you can just drag and drop here. Oh, sorry. Instead of drag and drop, first we need to enter the command stating that test project agent, see, test project hyphen agent space run. Now what do you want to run? I want to run this YAML file, right? Drag and drop here. Done. And then click enter. So as soon as you click enter, it starts running the previous version. If you see, processing execution. Now it should start my previous script, not the latest script. Okay, I have downloaded the previous script and then I'm executing it. Okay, processing execution. It should open the Chrome browser now. See, it opened the Chrome browser. Now it should enter Ravikant instead of Chandrakant. See, it entered Ravikant. That means we are entering the previous version instead of the latest version, right? Done. So that means this is the way you can maintain the version history within the GitHub, right? You can have GitHub. So have a entire code base here. So if you want to run from anywhere and then you made changes to the script, and the latest changes will be automatically synced to your repository, right? And also you can basically revert the code back to anywhere you want. Okay, and also if you see here, if I expand here, I can see all the Git integration symbols for all the projects because I have selected all the projects while integration, right? So that is one more thing. And this is show history. And if you want to stop git integration, you can stop git integration as well. Okay, so how, let's say I want to stop git syncing. Basically I don't want to sync the code with the git. Then you just click on here and select stop git sync. What happens as soon as you click stop git sync, it's gonna stop syncing your code with the GitHub. Okay, so this is really very helpful in version controlling, right, and team management. Okay, so if you have any queries, please provide your comments in the comment box. I'm going to reply to your queries. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. So this is our lesson 15 on test project automation concepts. So in this lesson, I'm going to teach you a very important concept called Docker containers. So basically, I'm going to teach you how can we run test project automation tests in Docker containers instead of in your Windows physical machines. So I'm going to teach you step by step how can we install Docker in your system, and then how can you install test project agent in the Docker container, and then how can we trigger the test runs of your automation tests in Docker container. Okay, and also I'm going to tell you what are all the different advantages of the Docker containers. What are all the advantages of running your automation tests in Docker containers? Okay, stay tuned. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so why do we need to set up a test project agent on Docker? So what is the use? So it's simple, it's very easy and very quick to set up the test project agent on Docker, and it's very easy for us to run the automation test scripts. And you can use a single command to set up Docker container with your test project agent, and also you can set up a multiple browsers that is required to perform cross-browser testing. And you need not to have a separate physical machines with separate OS and browsers, right? So if you have a container, you need not to have a separate machine altogether with operating system and your browsers. You just need a server where you can create multiple containers, and while creating multiple containers, you can by default set up your test project agent, and also you can by default set up your required browsers in the container itself. You need not to have a separate physical machine with operating system. And then the created container, and create a container when required and remove after execution. That means you can create a container whenever it is required. So your execution is done, immediately you can remove the container so that the resource utilization will be very proper. So you need not to have a burden on the server even though you're not executing the test cases. So whenever you want to execute test case, then and there itself you create a container, execute the test cases in the container, and immediately remove your container. And then you can also use permanent container or a temporary containers, right? So basically I'm going to explain you how can you create a permanent container, Docker container, and temporary Docker container. Okay, so you have advantages and disadvantages of permanent Docker container and temporary Docker containers. Okay, how can we create a permanent Docker container and run your test project tests in permanent Docker container? How can you create a temporary Docker container, and how can you run the test project test in the temporary Docker container? Okay, I'm going to explain you. And what are the steps that we need to follow in setting up the Docker? First, you need to install your Docker in the machine, and then you need to set up test project agent in Docker. So how can we set up test project agent in the Docker? First, you need to create an API key in the test project for Docker and get that API key for the Docker. And then you need to create a test project volume folder in your machine. And then you need to create a permanent test project agent, either permanent test project agent or ephemeral test project agent. What do you mean by ephemeral test project agent? Which is a temporary test project agent. Okay, so now let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform all these actions and operations step by step by using test project automation tool. Okay, so let's jump onto the system. Okay, so this is my test project. Okay, I just logged into test project IO, and then if I go to agents, currently I have only my Windows agent up and running. Okay, so first, what is our first step? Install Docker. So how to install Docker? All you need to do is docker.com, right? And then go down and click on get started. And if you see here, I have download for Windows, download for Mac, download for Linux, right? I'll be selecting download for Windows and then click on download. As soon as you click on download, a .exe file will be downloaded. So I already have this desktop .exe file, right? Let's go back to downloads. This is my downloads folder. So this is what the .exe file that is downloaded from docker.com. Okay, you just need to double click on this and then follow the instructions displaying on the screen. It's very easy. You just need to follow the instructions that shows you on the screen and click on next. Okay, so that will complete your installation of Docker. Okay, and once your installation is done, what is our next step? Our next step is setting up test project agent in the Docker. For that, first we need to have an API key. In the test project for Docker, right? So let's go back to our test project and then go to integrations, click on API, click on API key. Now let's generate an API key for Docker API key. I'm naming it as Docker API key. Click on next. So now, do you want to give an access for all the projects or a specific project? You can select here. So I want to give for all the projects. So you need to select on unrestricted and then click finish. So as soon as you click finish, it generates one row here with a key. So what is the key? This is the key. Okay, I want to copy the key. Okay, keep the key ready. Okay, so now, so to install the agent, let's go back to test project. And if you go here, earlier in my previous videos, when we are actually installing the agent on Windows, we selected this, right? Or if you want to install on Linux, you need to select this. Now if I want to install on Docker, click on this, it will route you to the hub.docker.com. So where you will have all the instructions to install your agent on the container. Okay, if you scroll down, so this is your agent creation for the permanent agent, including the volume. Okay, so here this is persistence, which is a permanent agent with volume mount. Okay, so if you see, this is my volume mount. Okay, so copy this and paste it in your notepad. Okay, so you need to remove these extra spaces, remove the extra spaces. Okay, now if you see API key, you need to replace with your API key. Delete this. I already copied the API key, so let me copy here and then paste the API key here. Done. What is your alias name of your agent? I want to name this as my Docker agent. Okay, and what is the volume folder? So I need to keep a full path of the folder. So if I go to desktop, I've already created one test project agent. Okay, let me delete all these files from here. Okay, so this is my empty test project folder, which I would like to use this as a volume. Okay, copy this folder. Okay, empty folder you need to create and then replace with your full path of the empty folder. Okay, that's it. I think this is what you need to do, and then copy this command. Okay, go to command prompt. So before running this command, I want to show you one thing. Okay, you need to make sure that docker -v, it shows you the Docker version that is installed. If you see here, it installed Docker, or you can specify Docker version. Sorry, Docker version. So it shows you all the details. Okay, and then also if you click on if you type docker space ps, which shows you what are all the containers that you have in the Docker. Okay, so let's see, as soon as you install the Docker, you can see one Docker desktop. Okay, you can observe there also. So if you see here, the desktop is open. If I go to containers, currently I don't have any container, it's empty, right? So that's why when I'm entering the command here, it shows docker ps. Currently I don't have any container, containers are empty, container is id is empty, image is empty, everything is empty. Or if you need a specific docker ps -a -q, which displays a specific container id. So if I want to get only container id, I can get the container id. Currently I don't have any container, that's why it's showing me empty. Okay, so now let's go back to this command. Okay, it's a either you can execute the command this way, or you can execute this command in a single liner. So then let me just go back. So if you see here, I have made that command into a single line. Okay, I want to copy this single line command, copy this, and then run the command in the command prompt. Okay, so let's paste this. Before run the command, I want to show this in the test project. In my test project, if I go here, I don't have any agent called my Docker agent. See, I don't have any. I have only one agent, which is Windows, my Windows machine agent. Okay, so now run this command. As soon as you run this command, see at the back end, a new agent should be up and running. Okay, so it's obtaining the execution configuration for the agent, my Docker agent. So it's going to install all the components of your agent, test project agent. So as soon as it installs, it's going to show you my Docker agent. See, now a my Docker agent is created here. If you see the symbol, it shows you Docker symbol. Here I can see your Windows symbol, right? It is your Docker symbol, which is ready now, right? So Docker agent is up and running now. This is a permanent agent. Okay, unless you remove this agent, it's not gonna remove automatically. So now let's go back to project and go to, so I have created one job here. So if you want to understand how to create job, please do visit my previous videos. Okay, we already have one job. Okay, where, let me do one thing. Okay, so this job, so let me edit this job. Okay, let me edit this job and then click next. If you see here, I want to select the agent just now I created. What is the agent? My agent that I created is my Docker agent. I can select this. If see, I don't have any browser in for this agent. That means this is not my Windows agent. This is my Docker container agent. Under container, I don't have any tests. That's why I cannot execute. Okay. So once you create the container, you need to basically install your browsers. But don't worry, I'm going to cover this in my next session. So it's not very difficult for us to install the browsers. So when you are actually creating a Docker agent, you can, within the single command itself, you can also pass the parameters of the browsers, which installs your browsers in the container, and you can use those headless browsers to execute your test cases. So that I'm going to explain you in the next part 2 sessions. This is our part 1 lesson, and then I'm going to explain that in part 2. Okay, so now we have created a permanent agent here, right? And if you see, go back to my Docker desktop, now I can see earlier it was empty. Now I can see one agent is up and running, right? So now I want to create a temporary agent. I'm going to explain you how can you create a temporary agent. Okay, so let's go back to again hub.docker.com. If you see here, if you scroll down, you can see persistence. Sorry, I can see that ephemeral instance, which is a temporary instance. So how to create an ephemeral instance? So this is the command you need to execute, where the volume is not there. If you see, the only difference is there is no volume. Copy this. Let me paste it here in the same. If you see, the difference is, only difference is hyphen rm. That means rm is a remove. So what it will do, as soon as you execute this, as soon as the work is done, the agent will be removed immediately. Okay, so that means this agent is actually associated to a particular job. So let's assume you want to execute one of the job that we created. Okay, let's assume you want to execute this job, Docker agent. This is one, or HRM test job. So you'll be providing the job ID, and then you will be providing your API key that we already provided here. Okay, let me copy the same API key here, because API key for the Docker is same, right? Copy this, paste it here. What is the job ID? Okay, remove this job ID. Let me take the job ID. So if you see here, this is my job. Let's assume I want to take this job. Okay, copy this job ID from here, copy ID. I named the job as a Docker agent. So you can name this as HRM test agent or whatever you want to name it. Okay, and then paste it here. Okay, take the job ID, replace the job ID, and then remove your spaces as we did earlier. Remove the spaces, right? And then you need to copy this and paste it. Okay, before that, I just see, I made that into one single liner here. Same thing, Docker rm represents remove. That means I'm actually using temporary agent. I'm creating a temporary agent with a job ID. Okay, you need to copy this. So before I execute this command, I want to remove the agent that is currently existing, right? Because we created one agent in the permanent agent. If you see here, Docker PS, if I enter this, now I should get one agent. If you see here, I already have one agent. Agent ID is this. I need to remove this, stop the agent and remove this agent before I execute this command, right? So let me remove this agent. How? Docker. So let me execute a ps hyphen a hyphen q, which gives me the ID of the agent. So this is my ID, Docker ID. Copy this Docker ID, container ID, sorry, container ID, okay? So now, what should I do? Docker stop, provide the container ID. So it's going to stop the container, and then you need to remove the container. So it is stopping the container. It stopped. Now Docker rm the container ID. Okay. Sorry. So let me try this. Docker rm container ID. So it's removed the container ID. If I execute the ps-a, now I should get empty. I should not have any ID. See now it's empty. I don't have any container now. I removed the container. Now I want to execute this for the temporary agent. Okay. So when I execute this, it's gonna create a temporary agent. Before that, let me go here. Okay. Let's go to this agent now. So my Docker agent. Okay. So now let's create, let me run this command now. Okay. So it should create a temporary agent. Okay. The temporary agent name is a random name will be created by Docker. Okay. Right click on this. Click on enter. So as soon as you click on enter, so it starts creating a ephemeral agent. Okay. So if you see, observe here closely, a new agent will be appearing on your screen and it will try to execute. See, if you see, this is my new agent. Again, it has a Docker symbol, right? See, this is ready now, this agent. The name is like a random name, agent, and then with the ID of that particular agent. Now, it will try to execute the job, but it will not be able to execute. See, if you see, there are errors. It is not able to execute the job because if you go back to this agent, if you see here, the browsers are empty. I don't have any browser to execute at all. So that means I just executed a command to install an agent into a container, a temporary agent into a container, but not the browsers, right? So now let me close this. And now if you go back to agents, let me refresh this. Okay. If I go to agent again, this agent will be removed. See, it's disconnected, and then by default agent will be removed also. Let's see. I'm refreshing. See, now I can see my Docker agent still in my test project, but I don't see the temporary agent that I created just now. That means it's a temporary agent. It exists while executing a job. Once the job execution is done, by automatically the agent will be removed, right? So that's the difference between your temporary ephemeral agent and persistence agent. Okay. So in the persistence agent, I'm not using rm to remove. I'm not using the volume. Sorry, in persistence, I'm not using rm, but I'm using volume. In ephemeral, I'm basically using rm, and then I'm using my job ID to run, right? So once the job ID is run successfully, it's going to remove the agent. Okay. So hope you all understand the concept of test project agent installation on Docker containers. So in the next session, I'm going to show you how can you create your Docker container and then install your test project agent along with your browsers and trigger a job. That means run your automation test cases in the Docker agent, okay, in the Docker container in multiple browsers. That means I'm going to show you how can we perform cross browser testing in Docker container by using test project agents. If you have any queries, please do provide your queries in the comment box. I'll try to reply to your queries. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon so that you'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you. Hi everyone, this is Ravi. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. This is our lesson 16 on test project automation tool concepts. This is actually a continuation of my previous lesson, lesson 15. It's a part 2 of lesson 15. In lesson 15, in my previous lesson 15, I have taught you how can we install Docker container, and then how can you set up a permanent test project agent in the Docker container, and also how can you set up a temporary test project agent in Docker container. So I would recommend you guys to please do visit my previous video before you continue to watch this particular lesson. So in this lesson, I'm going to teach you how can we perform cross-browser testing in Docker container, which means I'm going to cover the topic of multi-container services. That means in the Docker container, I'm going to set up test project agent, Chrome service, and also the Firefox service, and then I'm going to perform automation testing in Docker container by using cross browsers. Okay, so it's a really very important concept, guys. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos on these concepts. Thank you. Okay, so in this lesson I'm going to teach you about Docker Compose. So the Docker Compose is to create a multi-container service for test execution. Okay, which means why do we need Docker Compose? So Docker Compose is required to create multi-container service for your test case execution, which means by using Docker Compose, so we are going to create one YAML file, okay, where we will be setting up the services like test project agent service, Chrome service, Firefox service. So in my previous session, we just created Docker container, and within the Docker container, we just created test project agent. But by using Docker Compose, you can actually set up multiple services. In this case, I'm going to set up test project agent service, and also I'm going to set up Chrome server, and also I'm going to set up Firefox service. So which means so that it is very easy for me to run the test cases in Docker container on multiple browsers. Okay, so to achieve this, we are going to create YAML file, and once you create the YAML file, we are going to update the YAML file with our API key from the test project for Docker. So I have explained how to create API key for the Docker in test project in my previous session. Okay, and also I'm going to take the job ID from test project which I would like to execute, and also I'm going to specify the local volume path. Okay, and then I'm going to perform the cross-browser testing by using Docker container. Okay, so I'm going to explain step by step whatever you are seeing on the screen, right? All these steps I'm going to explain you practically step by step by using test project tool and the Docker container. Okay, so let's jump onto the system and see how can we perform all these actions. Yeah, so this is my test project. So where I have logged into my test project instance, and these are all the jobs that we created, okay, in my previous sessions. So now before we creating the Docker Compose, let's see what is the Docker. So I open my desktop Docker. So I have explained you how to install Docker in my previous session, so you can visit that session. Okay, so currently I can see that I don't have any container running. Okay, let me open cmd command prompt and see docker hyphen ps. So now I should see the empty. Yeah, so there is no container id available. Okay, so now let me go to my test project and let's go to Docker, agents Docker. Under, if you go to agents Docker, you will be redirected to hub.docker.com. Okay, so here, if you see, if you scroll down, you can see that how to perform. See, earlier session, I have already explained you how to create persistence agent, test project agent. Okay, and then how can you create ephemeral test project agent, right? So we have not performed any testing. I mean, basically, we have not performed any automation testing in Docker container. So now, if you scroll down, you can see that headless browsers. So if you scroll down, this is the code. That means it's a Docker compose. Following is the Docker compose snippet. Can be used to start a test project agent with headless Chrome and Firefox browsers and start running the test scripts. Okay, so this is the Docker compose. Copy this, go to your local folder, and then you can create one notepad. Okay, and name this as Docker compose, right? Open this and paste this. If you see here, so as I explained you in my previous session, you need to replace the volume folder here. Okay, so what is the volume folder? So let's go to my desktop. I can see there is one folder that I have created, test project folder. Let me delete all the files from test project. Okay, so this is test project folder on the desktop. I would like to use as a volume. Okay, all you need to do is you need to copy this path and then paste it here. Then what is the API key? So now replace this API key with the Docker API from test project. So go to test project, go to integrations and click on API. So in my previous session, we already created this Docker API key. Okay, copy this Docker API and then paste it here. So what is the job ID that I want to use here? Okay, so what test cases do you want to run? So let's go back to your project. So let's assume I want to run this job, which is a parallel test job. For that, right click on this, copy the job ID, copy job ID, and then go back to the compose file that we created. Okay, and then job ID, paste the job ID here. Okay, and then that's it. So you just need to save this. So as soon as you save this, now let's go back to my command prompt. Okay, here, so if you go to the website here, you can see that they specify that use this command docker hyphen compose hyphen f, your file name, and up. Okay, so let me docker hyphen compose hyphen f. What is your file name? So my file is, so let me go back here. So I'm going to use my file called docker compose yaml. Okay, drag this and then you can drop here. Okay, and then up. I don't want to use hyphen d because I don't want to run this in detach mode. Okay, so you can just put the command docker hyphen compose your file yaml file path and then up. Okay, and then hit enter. Before my hit enter, I just want to navigate to agents page. So if you see here, my docker compose agent, the the permanent agent, what is the agent name that we kept? Let me open this. Let me open this and see what is the agent name. So if you see here, Okay, I have Docker agent 1. The agent name is Docker agent 1. So let me see if I have that agent here, Docker agent 1. So I don't have Docker agent 1. I have Docker agent 2, but I don't have a Docker agent 1. Okay, so now let's run this YAML file. So as soon as you run this YAML file, let me go back to my test project also, keep it ready. So you should see the Docker agent 1 should be created now. And also it should set up the services of Chrome and Firefox. Okay, how can we see that? Let's see. Yeah, Chrome driver was successful. So let me just refresh this. I think it's got refreshed. It's still going on. Yeah, if you see, my Docker agent 1 is ready now. And this agent will start running the job. If you see, this is ready. If I open this, I can see there are two headless browsers, Chrome and Firefox. If you see here, if you go back to the agents, now I can see that the Docker agent is running the job here. If you see here, so let's go back here and then let's go to agents. And if you see monitor, your parallel tests are running. See here, I have one headless. If you see the headless Chrome and headless Firefox, so it's running 42%, right? My login functionality, whatever we saw earlier, now running in Docker container, and it is performing in both the browsers, right? So our execution is finished. And now if you go to reports, right, now the test run should be, see, if you see parallel tests is here, and if you see at 11:50 a.m. I can see that the Docker agent, see, this is the Docker agent 1, right, has run this particular test in Chrome browser, and also I can see it's in Firefox headless browser, Chrome and Firefox. Okay, in Chrome. And if you see the summary report, if I open this summary report, it downloads the summary report. You can see the summary report here. See the summary report, it says, see, this is the headless Chrome browser, right? Your Docker agent is Docker agent 1, right? 100% passed, failure report 0. And this is my Firefox browser, 100% passed. See the duration, 9 seconds, right? So that means our execution is finished in a headless browser under container. And if you go back to agents, because this agent, my Docker agent 1 is a temporary agent. So if you see here, because we are using the job ID in Docker compose file, you are using the job ID. That means this agent persists only while executing your job, and then immediately the agent will be removed. But let's go back to command prompt, and now if you see Docker ps, now it shows two container IDs still. What are those container IDs? One is for Firefox, another is for Chrome, but you don't see the container ID for test project because it's automatically removed. So now, because the containers of Firefox and Chrome still exist, I want to remove them. Okay, Docker ps, I want to stop and remove them. ps hyphen a hyphen q. This gives you the ID, container IDs. Now I want to remove these containers. Okay, so first copy this, Docker stop, done. So it's going to stop that container. And then Docker rm done. So it's going to remove that container. Now I want to remove, stop the other container. Docker stop the next container, and then docker remove the same container. And now the third container, copy this, docker stop this, and then docker remove the Firefox container. Okay, so now if I enter docker ps, it should show the empty. See, now I don't have any container exist, right? So that's how you can create your YAML file, Docker compose, and then you can install multiple services and then perform cross browser testing. What if, let's open this file again, YAML file. What if I want to create a permanent agent? So all you need to do is you need to comment these two. You need to just comment these two. Okay, let me comment these two lines. Comment out these two lines. Okay. I think that's it. So let me save this file. Okay. Let me save this file and close this. Now now let's run the Docker file now. Okay. So now let's run docker compose. All what we did is actually we just commented out the job ID and the Chrome browsers from the YAML file. Okay, let me just show it again. Okay, from the YAML file we just commented out job ID and job parameters. That's it. Okay, so now let's close this. Docker compose -f and then drag this file here up. Now this should create our permanent agent. It's not the temporary agent. It should create a permanent agent, and you should be able to use that agent to run your test cases. Okay, so let me run this. So before you run this, let's go back to agents again. Okay, and then perform action. So now enter. So now what it will do, it's gonna create your agent, only agent. Okay, and it's not gonna run any jobs, or it's not gonna run any automation test scripts. Okay, it creates the agent, and once the agent is created, I'm gonna tell you how can we perform cross browser testing. Okay, so if you see, I can see now a Docker agent is created, Docker agent 1. If I click here, so now you can see the browsers Chrome and Firefox are available in this Docker agent. So now let's go back here. Now so the same job whatever we executed earlier by using temporary agent. So now I want to use the same job. Edit this job. Now here, go to next. Here, instead of my Windows agent, I want to use the agent that just now I created, which is permanent agent, by using Docker. So here, Docker agent 1. And you can see there are two headless browsers available in this Docker agent. Select these two headless browsers and then click on next. And then save this. And here you'll be, now you can see the Docker symbol, and then run the test. So now the test is running. So you're going to start your test. Okay, so it's going to run the test. Okay, so before you do, so what I want to tell you is, so it's already started testing. Okay, so if you see, my execution is still going on. So this is the way you can basically create your permanent agent or temporary agent by using Docker Compose along with other services like Chrome and Firefox as well. And then you can perform cross browser testing by using TestProject agent. Okay, hope you all understand the very important concept of Docker Compose multi-container services. If you have any queries, please do provide your queries in the comment box. I'm going to provide clarifications to your queries. Please do subscribe to the channel, click on bell icon. You'll receive notifications whenever I publish more videos. Thank you.